Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampoville. We got more Moria stuff for you here, and Dragon, he's gonna have glowy stuff like our Balrog here. So that's what we were painting last night, right there. So that should be very fun. I'm gonna have to refresh this here because they have that same stupid sign blocking the chat there. So there we go. Hey there, armored. Oh, good grief. So I can't get rid of that thing. That is just annoying as all heck. Let me just get rid of this thing. There we go. Sorry about that, Armored Wolf. Is this stupid pop-up that just kept going right in front of where the chat is. So, how you doing there, Landrast? So I think this is gonna be an RPG kind of Saturday, right? At least I think. I don't know. All of a sudden now I'm thinking, wait a minute, it was last Saturday, RPG weekend. Sorry, my memory fails me there. So apologize for that. Now that's what I strive for there, Landrast. You got to strive for something. If you don't strive for something, right, you won't accomplish anything. So yeah, those are just life goals, Landrast. That's just all about life goals. Again, you don't have yourself a goal. What do you have? Oh, what? Now that's the first time I've ever added the. Well, look at that. I haven't really added the Perline Red to this before. All right, let's tip him over here, and let's just do the stuffs. Let's do this right here. So, Landrest, you might recognize this guy. He might be somewhat familiar to you. Not sure why. Oh, by the way, this was the video that I just posted to the Patreon page. It was me basing this guy and then some gobos and some dwarves. Where's the gobos? Yeah, here we go. So I didn't have these casualties when I last was basing these. I don't know, maybe we paint up these guys tomorrow and such. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. But so far, I haven't seen any of the. I saw a few of the Davale dragons here. I think maybe. Well, let's see. I think most everybody was using them just as a dragon, not as Smaug, because you have to print them up at least twice this size. Maybe. No, more like 2.5 times minimum. Possibly 3 times the size. At least since this base is only 1/3 the size of Smaug's base. Barely. You know, we'll have a little more of the on myself there. Now on our little dwarfy friends right there. Little dwarves doing their thing, just hanging out, snoozing a little bit. Mining is hard work, I guess. They got to take themselves a break. Now, why they're just skeletons inside of armor? You know, maybe that's because they're just not eating right. Yeah, maybe they need to eat a little bit better. Let me see. I wonder if I can push you back a little bit more. Make some more room for myself. Come on. There we go. More of that over here. Then of course we'll do all the glazy stuff, just like you do. Pop some more of our source light down there, whatever. Like we say all the time, this ain't rocket science. Explosively fun as that would be, it's generally not recommended for me to be doing rocket science. Something about danger to mass amounts of public, I don't know. Let me get some more of this Hansa yellow on here. There you go. You have a few launch mishaps here and there. and all of a sudden everybody's against you. Okay, let's get the source lighting up there. Source lighting up here. And over here. Yeah, and don't want to go, super late with this. The whole idea is I want to try and, just like we did with the Balrog, I want to try and use the darkness can be your friend. There you go. Yeah, we want to try doing as much as we can with the darks here. I might even, and let me get a little bit more of my, again, so I'm going to enhance the yellow in there. I think that Balrog is just about, he's just about dry too. I mean, that's fast even for fast. For sure. Come on, get in there. Yeah, look how we got to sneak that old brush down in there. Sure, we'll get a little more on the side of him. What's going on here? Oh yeah, these guys over here. So yep, this video just went up on the Patreon page, I don't know, about an hour ago-ish, something like that. Not very long ago. Okay, fine, let me experiment a little bit here. Not sure that's going to end up being source lit there, but we'll just roll with that for right now. See what happens. Lighter, lighter, lighter. Take this. Some of this. That's our first little smidge of white that we just grabbed there. Actually, I was just printing out, last night and then overnight. There's that free piece of terrain that Conquest Creations had. Obviously, it's kind of a Rivendell. Yeah, it's supposed to be Rivendell. That's supposed to be a new Kickstarter campaign, so we'll see when that comes out. Who knows? We might even paint up that in a tutorial video. Alright, I think... Okay, good. At least we have a paper towel down here. Just gonna smush some of the paint out of there, and let's try more of the yellow here. Teensy touch of the white. Now, let's see what we got here. I'm gonna go more orange up here. Come on, this one too. So this is by Davale. This is a pretty old sculpt, wouldn't you say, Landrast? I mean, this is part of their, basically their Mines of Moria thing. That was one of the very first things they probably ever released. I think that's going back a long, long ways. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna use that, get that out of there. Now, and we're really getting into the lightest stuff. There before, I think we're going to do some dry brushy things on the cooler color side, which will be mostly just Van Dyke Brown and that sort of stuff. And then we'll roll in with all of our darker glazes stuff, and then back to the midtones, rinse and repeat. Again, this doesn't have to be complicated. It really can be just simple. Get rid of that. not there. Put you away. Let me see what we got. Ah, we got this. That'll work. Take in our white again and keep wanting to call it Shadow Gray now. Never should have said that one time because now that's all I keep thinking of is just Shadow Gray. The old GW color. I think they maybe make a what is that stuff? Oh, a contrast paint that's Shadow Gray or something like that. Could be wrong. It seemed like some old color names came back in the whatever the heck they are in the contrasty stuff. Nah, I didn't really want that over there, but we'll just go with it. I don't really care. I ain't gonna fret about it. In fact, I may not even bother changing up the color. I'll just do a different glazy color. Yeah, the heck with it. Why would I? I'm not even gonna waste time on that. I'm just gonna pop in this later stuff here. And then we'll just do a different glazed color over it and then a different mid-tone within that. Probably going to try and work me in maybe some green. Oh, perline black, that's it. Yeah. We might even do some of that for the glazy stuff on Dave. Yeah, that's this guy's name. His name is Dave. That's a super original name for Dave the Dragon. That took thought right there. I had to think about that for at least a half a second before dropping that down. All right, let's get a little bit lighter here. And here. So yeah, some perline black could be interesting. You know, all I'm trying to do here is just pick out my light areas, see what we want to have illuminated by the off-camera light sourcing, and maybe what's just not going to get that, not going to get any of that light. Come on, more up there. I mean, well, what, 12 minutes in? Yeah, 12 minutes in here. Sure, oh yeah, a bunch of little Sculpey bricks here, or blocks, or stones, whatever you want to call them. Yeah, this was a tutorial on the Patreon page that just went up. Just put it up on the Patreon page right before I started streaming. Do some more of this. And some of that. Come on, here we go. Alright. Now we didn't do nothing down here. You know what? We'll do a little change here. We'll get some of the Van Dyke brown working here. Back to some of our later stuff here. So that was, I just threw some of my homemade texture paste there, right? Our glorious wood glue slash tile grout. Sure, let's get a little something lighter there. One more round up. Let me just get some of the paint out of the brush here first, though. Just got my paper towel here. Now, no liquid or anything. Makes it kind of hard to. I mean, the whole operative thing of dry brush is the whole dry. So yeah, let's not put a whole bunch of liquid in there, shall we? Come on, get in there. Yeah, we had nothing there. There's a hefty amount of texture on this guy. He's craggy dragon, that's for sure. He's a kragan. Some of that light here. See that dude is it's like he got double shadow going on. I mean, you got the big old dragon sitting on top of him. Did we? Okay, fine. Let's fool around some on the wings up here. Then we're going to do we'll do the fiery the glazes on the fiery stuff. That will set while we then switcheroo and do the same on this stuff up here. Craggy, craggy, craggy. More, no, more of our light there. Alright, I think I mean just say, alright, enough screwing around with this. You know what? Let's go and grab one of these bad boys here. Perline. Well, it's gonna be perline red, perline crimson, but I'm thinking I'm gonna use maybe one of those things here. So, mess of perline red, and now some crimson right there. Some perline crimins, otherwise known as perline crimson. That's the super expensive color right there. That is not cheap. Now, of course, if you, geez, I don't know if Dick Blick, did Dick Blick ever do a fall sale? I mean, well, I guess we're only really just getting started with fall. I don't know. Oh, Black Friday sale. Probably that's the next one they'll do. Yeah, I guess we should just wait for that. Hey there, Valfera. Valfera, sorry if I forgot to send you I actually had a little video of the new mixer. So, yeah, sorry if I forgot to send you. I thought I did. But if I forgot, my apologies. Valfira, the difference with that mixer was like oils versus acrylics. It was colossal. That new mixer, I mean, it had no problems dealing with that dough. The same dough that was making the other mixers practically catch on fire. This thing just was like, yeah, whatever. And in a few minutes, it was done. And it actually the bowl was super clean. It made almost no mess, and it was done. It's like, oh, so that's what a really good device is actually like. That's not 65, 70 years old. Yeah. So I have to send you that vid there, Valfair. It was pretty wild to see that. I mean, I could not believe that it just mowed right through that stuff. I was a little concerned. I thought, oh, I don't know. What if this one doesn't work either? And also too I don't want to say the blade, the beater was also very different. I mean, there's almost nothing to clean. You could practically just go into a sink and rinse it out. I'm looking at this going, okay, well that's a whole lot easier. Velfira, it's kind of like you know how the air fryer and the slow cooker just made everything so that's kind of what this is. This is like the air fryer of mixers now, which I know that makes no sense, but just that's what we're rolling with here. We're also gonna roll with a little introduction to Falling Freely. Everybody, please give Falling Freely a follow, because following Falling Freely is finally free, although it always has been. I just had to throw in one more F. So how you doing there, Freely? Great to see you again. Everybody, please give, with all seriousness, please give Falling Freely a follow. So Freely, I hope that you do it well. I hope that the stream is a blast, and as always, you want to post something in the chat, go on ahead and do that. Let's see how long we've been messing with this. 20 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. Right here, we've got ourselves a little dragon that we're doing. That's going to supplement our Moria army, which we supplemented last night with this right here. So there's a Balrog. What was that, about a 5 hour stream? Yeah, about a 5 hour stream. We painted him up. He's got himself a little dwarf buddy there. He's kind of sleeping. He's just a skeleton, but is what it is. And of course, we've been painting a whole bunch of Nazgul. In fact, we did 7 streams, 7 Nazgul. Kind of like dwarves, just with fell beasts. So yeah, this is a little bit more of an aquatic theme right here. Oh, where's our guy that's got more green on him? There he is. This guy over here. These are all 3D printed, by the way. So here's another one. Another little Nazgul. Whole bunch of little skelly friends on the base. And somewheres we got one more of these. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's so many of them, I can't even have them all around me here. But there's another one. Again, that is 3D printed from Navarrete Studios. Right there. And again, we're just getting underway. We literally just started. So freely, again, you want to post something in the chat, please go ahead. I was telling, what was that I was telling last night? Oh, I think what was Black Skull? Probably with the family thing we got to do this weekend. I don't think I'll be able to get into the, maybe on the late side. What is that? The Council of Miniature Painters. I don't know if you were going to be doing that this Sunday. But yeah, freely, you want to post something in the chat, please go on ahead. Because I think, well, it goes till 10. Well, it goes till, no. I think it goes to 9 our time. Because it's 10 o'clock his time, right? No, it's 10 o'clock our time. Because it starts at 6 and he generally goes till about 10. Alright, I'm just going to do a little bit of gravity here. Just going to do some gravity there. Then we'll let that have a chance to do its thing. I think I have a few sponges cut up somewhere. Ah, there they are. So yeah, freely, well, I'm glad I'm not the only one that can't just be there right at the start there. Yeah, Velfira, the shape of that, that was what really intrigued me, was the shape of the mixer itself. And oh, and of course, instead of a giant ceramic bowl, which weighed a ton, this was just just your standard metal bowl. Ah, that was a lot nicer to work with. Velfira, way easier to deal with. All right, so everybody, please check out the Instagram that Falling Freely just shared. Okay, good. I still have me some of my Perline Red there. So what we're doing here, this is kind of our, well, stage 1 here. So we tried to establish some real quick areas where the source lighting is going to be. Now we're starting to do the deal where we hit it with our darker glazy thing. You can see this is going to be a whole bunch darker when we hit this too. But we're kind of waiting on this to see how this is not so shiny over here. See how that's super shiny? That ain't going to be so shiny pretty soon. Won't be so shiny. Now we're going to turn him upside down here. Grab some more of our glazy stuff, and we're going to do this again. You can see that gets into all little craggy stuffs there. By the way, this is all oil paint here. It's all oil paint all the time. And that Balrog, well, it hadn't even been 24 hours, and he's essentially dry. And there's some parts of him still, yeah, a little bit maybe on the not totally dry side, but the fact that it hasn't even been 24 hours yet. And that's also oil paints. There we are. Yeah, we're just gonna play around with this here. Let this do its thing, and then we're just going to move on to other parts of the dragon. That's what we do here with the oars. You use part of it, you move on along. No lingering. Do we? Okay, a little more up there. So, might also hit top of his mouth there. And you know what? I think I'm just going to chuck some of this into there. Yeah, that's the clay extruder that comes with recipes, right? Right, Valfira? I'll never forget the first time I saw that, because I actually ordered that from Dick Blick, and it was long enough ago that that was ordered by the phone. Yeah, there was no internet. There was no ordering stuff on the internet at that point. In the before times, nah, I might just roll with this right here. So this is just a regular dragon. So in the Moria army, you get obviously you get the Balrog, but you get the cave drake, and you can have the dragon. So the dragon, uh, he's let's put it this way: this base right here, Valfira, is about 1/3 the size of Smaug's base. So that kind of gives you a little bit of an idea, right? The relation in size between, say, this dragon and an actual Smaug. Now, this dragon, the way it, well, of course, it's probably all going to change, with the new version and all that. But with this one, I think he can have no wings. You can give him wings. He can have the flame. I mean, basically everybody takes the flame breath option because dragon, and it really is one of the things they do best. Now, of course, the disadvantage with the dragons is every time they take a wound, they have this thing called, survival. And if they take a wound, they don't pass a courage test. They just leave. Yeah, they just take their toys and go home, right, Valfira? So yeah, what's interesting is that Smaug is not part of the Moria list because the whole Misty Mountains thing. And Valfira, I think I've got to reprint the eagles because they were too small for the nests. I was thinking of reprinting the nests, actually, but no, the eagles they actually have to be bigger. I'm going to compare them to the GW one, but I think they need to be a little bit bigger. Now, at first I was thinking 15-20%, but it might be as little as 10. Okay, so we're doing a little bit of our. You can see how much we're taking away there. So that really sets up now some nice shadow things, and it changes the tinting on that. All right, now don't we do some of the darker stuff? We'll start down here. I think let's do that. Let's do that. So hopefully it was fun playing the game there. Whatever it was, I hope it was really fun. And of course, Valfera, speaking of games, right? We got ourselves quite the slate of games. I think they'll be pretty fun tomorrow. I'm looking for, what? I'm just gonna go with some of the Mars Black from. No, that's Payne's Gray. Not looking for that. I'm looking for this here. I'll see you later there, Freely. Thanks again for the raid, and have yourself a fantastic weekend. Nice to see you there. Nice to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. Happy Friday. And of course, Nurgle Matthew, if you want to post anything in the chat, things you've been working on, like the oil paints, please go ahead, do that. I don't know how much you've had a chance to play with those. So you can see I'm just trying to get some thinner in here. This is the most compelling part of the stream, right, Valfira? This is where we just sit here and mix up stuff. You get some of this. I guess I need some more Van Dyke Brown out here too. We'll try and get some more Van Dyke Brown out here. I'll sit you down over there. I'm just going to grab this. I thought I had a whole passel of it out here, but guess we just used up more of it than I thought. Alright, so now a little bit of the Van Dyke Brown working its way in there. This will be mostly just for all the stone stuff. Let's sit you over there. Come on, there we go. Maybe even around our little skelly friends too. So see, that's kind of gonna fill in some of that. All we're doing is just touching this to the base. That's it. We're just touching it. See how that knotwork starts to stand out a bit more? Valfera, yeah, was that an afternoon thing or was that tonight? Because I thought I saw something on YouTube. Let me see here. It was kind of a busy day, so. Oh, so it was today at 7. Okay. Well, I'm kind of glad that I didn't take the time to watch that. But let's put it this way, Valfair. I'm hoping that Illinois doesn't run into the Ducks anytime soon, since they needed overtime. Of course, I mean they were winning by a wide margin against the Boilermakers, but they kind of surrendered that lead. Well, that's at halftime. Boy, they're doing a lot more. You almost think it's high school football here, Valfera. Yeah, you'd almost think it's high school football. Actually, well, look at that. What did we say about the top 20? We can still take them down, right, Valfera? Because the boys, well, they got themselves, looks like a touchdown lead there at the halftime. No, that I don't need. Well, okay, fine. We'll just let that get down in there anyways. I'll hit it over here too. Probably just let it go down in there. And we got to come back with all our lights anyhow, so no big deal. Gonna grab me some more of that. There we go. So yeah, I guess there's a couple of games every Friday. I thought, that was just like one of those early season things. It's first week of the season. We want to have as many games as possible. But I guess that's something they're going to be doing. Or I thought it was just okay. Some of your, shall we say, not Power 5 conferences would be doing that. But that's what seems to be on the menu. Now, what's on the menu here is going to be, come on, move over there. There you are. Now we're going to switcheroo here. We got some of the, keep wanting to call it Shadow Gray. That is our Paynes Gray, but that's the Williamsburg Paynes Gray, which has a whole lot of blue in it. Let me see what we got going on here for Perline Black. I think I'm just breaking that down over here. I don't think I need to put more of that out there. More of that Payne's gray in here. Again, this is the most compelling part of the stream right here. This is riveting. This is edge of your seat kind of stuff. This is better than Georgia Alabama overtime, right, Valfera? So yeah, it's 21-14 boys versus Cougs at the half. Huge surprise. We're gonna do some glazy stuff here. Now I am gonna mix that, kind of alternate between the Payne's gray and the Perline black here. Now that one's supposed to go there. There are no mistakes with the oils, but there are makeup sponges like that. Hey there, AD. Nice to see you. Everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. So, AD, if you want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead and well, hopefully everything is all good with the new family member there, the new kitty. Great to see you. Let's see. So, wow, Tuesday games. Valfera, it's almost like it's like the Tuesday of football, right, Valfera? Talk about hitting them where they ain't. That, yeah, I wouldn't hate that if there was college football on Tuesdays. That'd be a magical Tuesday right there. Everybody, please check out the Insta link that the AD Creations just shared, and then please give AD Creations a follow. So AD, I'll have to send you pictures of the new mixer, which really, wow, that worked very well. Especially given that the old one was practically catching on fire as I was trying to use it. Because, again, if it wasn't 70 years old, it was at least 65 years old. And I might still have to get some of our lava glow there, but I think you can see how this is starting to play out now, right? Very different than these wings up here. Well, hopefully, the current residents are also accepting, because you never sometimes quite know how that is going to go too. So hopefully that works out. Who did we not see at all, Valfera? And who have we not seen tonight? And I'm pretty sure we won't see him tomorrow unless until everything's over. So AD, is this day 3 of desk gate there? I think this is day 3, or is it only day 2? No, this is day 3, right? Or is it day 4? No, it's gotta be only day 3. There were no Horns fan sightings at all, Valfera. Actually, college game day. Well, they were in Austin. They actually were. They had I think it was a cornerback for Texas on their broadcast. See all those craggy things starting to show up there. So it is day 4. I'm sorry that I jinxed you, AD. Because did I not say that it was well, actually it was 10 days here to literally just, well, it wasn't just put in a new desk. There was other things, other new stuff put in as well. But it was a 10-day affair. I'm not wishing you to have 10 days of the same kind of thing. Just throwing that out there. Alright, so now we got all of our glazy stuff going on out there. And again, it's not gonna be terribly shiny for all that long. I think we've gotten that at least everywhere. That's all I'm looking to do. I think we're good everywhere here. Yeah, okay. Well, now what we're gonna do, we're gonna swing back around to our fiery stuff. First, we we do a little maintenance here. We're gonna get some of this stuff off of the table there, out of the way. Okay, there we go. I don't want to be sticking my hand in that because I will unknowingly then grab something and spread that all over the place. Probably onto a miniature. I don't want to be doing that too. Well, AD, I'm glad you can at least do that. Now, AD, here's another thing too. Well, there's two things. There's two things that work in your favor there. First is that you're not also filming videos, right? So you don't need a dual purpose area. You just need to be able to stream there. So that kind of helps a little bit. I'm thinking the other thing is you don't have to have quite as much paraphernalia around you. You don't need weeping angels and hype trains. I guess that's the that's the short version that I'm trying to spit out there unsuccessfully. Yeah, I don't think you have to deal with that. So it was actually setting up all the shelving units around me. That in some ways that was more complicated. And then of course the lighting situation here a little bit different. All right. Glad that I've been keeping that the magenta fluoro here because it does help to keep that more red centric. Well, Artemichael, hopefully that all goes well for you. It ain't easy, right? That is not easy. So, Artemichael, I hope that things are going okay. You want to share anything in the chat? Please go ahead. No, 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 no. Let's try this. There we are. That's what we's missing there. We're missing our scarlet. Now we got it. All right. So looks like third quarter, or fourth quarter. Yeah, third quarter underway. Who got the ball? Okay. Oak State has the ball. AD, I don't know if they've kind of changed the parameters on that or if the parameters are still kind of the same. Not that I even remember what the parameters are. All I know is I think it takes 3 people doing something. Michael, I guess there's advantages and disadvantages to that. The disadvantage is that, when they do things they're not supposed to do or don't do the things they're supposed to do, you can't administer the proper sanctioning. Now, the positive side is that you can't physically deliver the proper sanctioning, which means a shorter prison sentence. So I guess that's as on the plus side. Now, let's get a bit of that red up in here. So you always got to look at the plus side of things. Let me get some of that red up here too. On his chompers. On his snoot there. Yeah, we should get some more there. You know what? Yeah, you know what? I don't... Okay, good. I got one more of these. And we'll do that. Everybody, please check out the Insta link that Artemichael just posted. Right there. The other thing, Velfir, is I know that you've been trying to reorganize and do all that kind of stuff. Well, among the things that Tom brought over were a whole bunch more of the plastic bins. I think I sent you a picture of those. But then two of those proving shelves. Yeah, AD. Let's put it this way. Tom was here dropping off some stuff from the storage unit. So yeah, all of that was something I was also trying to do before the stream, was at least do some kind of cursory, okay, let's place some stuff on here and see if this is going to work at all. Michael, I'm really not surprised, because it's kind of how it goes, right? More work and less compensation. Actually, Michael, could you e-publish that? That's what somebody was telling me about. Like the Book of Wapples should be e-published or something. I have no knowledge of how to do that, so, well, that's why I had, and of course, no time to do that. But oh, yeah, it was Lynn was telling me, yeah, you could e-publish the Book of Wapple, and actually, I guess it could even go on Amazon or something. I don't know how that works, but I guess it could. And try and get me some more of the orange down here. Also over here. So again, you can kind of see we're trying to do that off-camera lighting, though we don't have a direct light source here, as we did with the Balrog. Not so much here. This is all the indirect stuff. And that's the thing, right, Artemico, is it doesn't happen by itself. It doesn't happen in a vacuum. Well, it is a vacuum just for time. It vacuums up time very efficiently. I wonder. Let me see if there's a. Well, nothing shows up there. Right here, just trying to kind of set a tone there on his face. We're 47 minutes in. We got ourselves a little bit of time to bounce around to all the other areas. And again, we can only do so much in one place before we have to say, all right, gotta move on along here. Once the paint just doesn't want to stick on there, you say, all right, yeah, it's time to get this good 15, 20 minutes, half an hour to just sit there, chill out, and then we'll get back to it. More of the scarlet, little bit of the floral orange. So there, that tail, we're going to have to wait. Gonna have to wait. Oh, there's another little skelly friend down there. Look at that little dude just hiding right over there, being all sneaky and clever. Now we shall see. I'll try to get the next two ring rates. I printed out the pieces that I need, but getting those on there and then doing all the green stuff work, wasn't enough time for that. This was already done because, well, it's in the video that I just posted to the Patreon page. Another basing video where we were using the Green Stuff World texture roller here. All our little dwarf buddies down there, right? Those are from Kurzlook. So yeah, this guy's got himself some little dwarf playmates to hang around with. For whatever reason, they're all sleeping. I guess they just had so much fun. Kind of like the orcs that played with our treemen. I mean, they just were having such a good time and partying and everything that, well, they just had to sleep for a while. Not that anybody's injured, of course. It's just they're just sleeping. Hmm. We'll just come back with their dark on that, whatever. Oh, that's a sword over them. Like, what the heck is that thing sticking out there? Gonna give me a little bit more of my orange here. And by the way, this is nowhere near the lightest orange we can do. We can certainly go a whole lot lighter than that. Fine, let's get a little more this orange on the dwarf here. Now we need a little bit more. Can you even? Okay, you can. I was thinking that the wing might be in the way. Bonko is not in the way. How you doing there, Bonko? Nice to see ya. Happy Friday slash Saturday. We still got ourselves about 42-ish minutes of Friday left here. But great to see you there, Bonko. So Bonko, well, we took a little break from the Fell Beasts last night, and we painted this. Hey there, Hixie. Hey, Hixie, this is what we were painting. Yeah, there's the Balrog. Nice to see you there, Hixie. Everybody, please give Hixie a follow too. And of course, Hixie, you want to post anything in the chat? Same thing there, Bonko. So again, there's our Balrog. That's what we were painting last night. That was about a 5-hour stream, somewhere in there. And of course, Hixie. Well, this will be our Instagram post tomorrow. That's the one from Navarrete Studios. This was really, this was super fun right here. Has, again, kind of an aquatic theme. We sculpted all the water with our fabulous Elementium, otherwise known as Heavy Gloss Joe. We use it for sculpting fire, which we did on the Balrog. We use it for sculpting icicles, like we do on our vehicles, or our Schmaladrum army there, the icicles hanging off of the tree branches. Also use it for snow, for mud, all kinds of stuff. So Hixie, great to see ya. Again, everybody please give Hixie a follow. And again, Hixie won't post anything in the chat. Please go ahead and do that. I mean, we did 7 streams and 7 Fell Beasts. Here's another one that we did. This one also from Navarrete Studios. Boom, another one there. Oh, short thing, Bunko. Just let me go over there and grab that. So there it is. And again, same thing with he's got himself a little buddy right there. He's just taking a nap. Yeah, he's just taking a nap for about the next, I don't know, 600-700 years or so. Because, well, that's what happens when you're respiratory challenged like that, and also alive challenged. Well, the Cougars have the ball back. Less than 10 minutes now in the third quarter. Again, I don't have the play-by-play going here, so no idea what's happening. So Hixie, now this dragon here, this is from Davale. Those the Fell Beasts that you saw, those were from Navarrete Studios. Also, Medusa Project has some really fantastic themed wraiths. We did one of those already. Actually, the first Night of Umbar was actually it was a Medusa Project one, not a Navarrete Studios one. Also, now there's Printing Goes Zivran has Nazgul on Fell Beasts. Davali has some. Kurzlook has some. Dandelion and Middle Earth has some. It just kind of depends what you're looking for. Because obviously things that you got, well, I think even Kurzlook and Printigo Zevran did some more of the themed ones. I wish I had the Harad theme, but that's on the Instagram already, so you can see that one. Here's another one from Navarrete Studios. Obviously, a little different glow color there. And I'm doing another. I'm trying to get this one prepped for tomorrow's stream. It's basically the Undying. So he's going to basically be like a Nurgle Wraith. So Bunko, I'll have to send you a picture of the new mixer because, well, I've been giving so many of them away. I haven't actually eaten any myself, but I've been giving so many of them away. And we have a family thing coming up this weekend that I didn't know about until, well, like 2 days ago. So I said, all right, we gotta make some more of these. So I made another batch. I also am hoping that these new implements that I got. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Velfair. I'm hoping those new implements work much better for the frosting part of stuff. So yes, we have ourselves new applicators for the frosting. We shall see if that's going to be successful. Hopefully, it will be. I've got a variety, 3 different things. I've got the more classic bags that I'm going to be cutting a hole in. Then I also have, well, these are probably too large. Maybe for the white, I could use it. They actually have a little metal tip on the end, and then the third element, which I think is going to work better, is basically it's about the size of these dropper bottles. I mean, effectively, it's something a lot like this, except obviously it doesn't have that kind of mechanism there. So hopefully that comes out of there. I get no way to know until I use it, and that will be probably, well, that'll be tomorrow. It's got to be tomorrow. So yeah, we got to. Well, I'll probably try to bake the cookies tonight, actually, so that they can set. So it's going to be a very long night tonight. Well, it's going to be a long night Saturday. So yeah, Hixie. Oh, Jeebus. Well, I mean, here's the. Actually, here, 1 second. What am I hooked on there? So there's the batter being made, and there's so now that's the current status. So that is the nutmeg log recipe. That's going to get rolled out, and then we'll be cutting we'll cut the cookies there. And oh, Hixie, the cookies are also 3D, or the cookie cutters are 3D printed. Hey there, Horns fan. So oh, look at that, the Cougs just tied up the game. It's 21-21. So Horns fan, I guess College Games Day was in Austin there, and they had the defensive back as part of the broadcast. So Hixie, the last time I ever baked cookies was never. That was Kathy. She did the cookie stuff, and I did the frosting stuff because the frosting stuff was just kind of annoying for her. I mean, she didn't mind doing a little bit of it, but the making of the frosting and stuff, yeah, she wasn't super into that. So I did the frosting. I do think this last batch with the new mixer is probably gonna bake even better. I have had people try the first 2 batches, and they said they tasted good. So I think this will be even better. So Velfair, this frosting, I guess it's just because we tried using those, and well, they just broke. It was just too hefty for it. So I'm hoping that these have a little more strength to them than the syringes. Because yeah, we got those thinking, oh, this should work. And yeah, all it did was just push through the back of the syringe, Velfera. And of course, Hixie, well, we will be finally able to make a new Weeping Angel. He's like, well, wait a second. Are you going to sculpt that one with no eyeballs too? So yeah, that's that. That's the Weeping Angel right there. One of the most hateful and pitiful characters on the channel here. We have a whole cast of characters, but the Weeping Angel, well, I don't know, maybe I think actually, well, Prinkles is the most feared. Yes, I do think that Prinkles is probably the most feared character on the channel here. It's like, yeah, that Galadriel lady, she said they're gonna love her, and just, who's this guy? You didn't bring another cat in the house, did you? Because that's not gonna go so well for him. Just saying. Yeah, Valfira, this is, it's mostly, I want to say the vast majority of it is, let's see, was that the powdered sugar? Mostly powdered sugar. There is some butter in there, not that much, and then half and half. And of course, the rum extract, the vanilla extract. Now, of course, we were emphasizing some of these last night. When it comes to the object source lighting, think less, do more. Just start out with the object source lighting, right? Then you don't have to think about it so much. Here's another way to not have to think about it so much. You get yourself one of these here, and you say, ah, okay, well, yeah, that's what that looks like. See that nifty little shadow there? See, that's what we're trying to put in there. And of course, well, here's another little thing. There we go. Contrast, of course, is more than just light versus dark. Already, yeah, let's do a quick little film noir, shall we? So, whoa, what just happened to our source lighting? We just somebody just turned off the lights. What happened there? Oh, let's just turn the lights back on. Yeah, that source lighting effect has nothing to do with light and dark. Zippo, nada, zilch. Eventually, this will be a little bit lighter than that, but take away the color, object source lighting goes away. So, oh yeah, by the way, the little dwarf buddies down here, those are 3D printed from Kurzlook. The Cave Drake, remember when we painted the Cave Drake? That was the same release. Now, the little Skelly friends over there, those are from Make It Epic Basing. And of course, this is our fabulous texture roller from Green Stuff World. Yes, indeed. And we just did, this was part of our video from last night. It's up on the Patreon page now. We also did a whole bunch of little gobos here. Those are the old plastic gobos right there, the old plastic ones. And yeah, oh, here, this is a fun, where is he? Here he is. Yeah, he's just kind of literally hanging out. He's just hanging out right there. So yeah, Hixie, we try to bring it out all the time. Again, that well, contrast is more than just light versus dark. There's color contrast. Oh, I don't have my other usual examples that we use, but there's temperature contrast. Temperature contrast. We also like to throw in edge contrast, because yep, edges are a thing. You need that edge contrast, especially if you want to have, oh, I don't know, something like metal. You need that edge contrast. That's going to be not enough. There we go. There's some more of our yellow here. Like I said, oh, I do still have some Indian yellow from yesterday, I guess. Some of our fluoro yellow here. Just trying to set this up. Get some of that in there. Back to some of our hints of yellow light there. as we welcome in Lion Creative. Lion, how you doing? Nice to see you there, Lion. Of course, I just saw it out of the corner of my eye, and I'm just like, who's from Lyon? Nice to see you there, Lion. How you doing? Everybody, please give Lion Creative a follow if you could. And again, Hixie, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go on ahead and do that. So Lion Creative, we're following up. Well, we've kind of gone into Moria. We went from all of our fell beasts to Moria. So this was last night's stream right here. The Balrog again, well, little playmate down there. He's kind of sleeping. He's taking a rest for a while, and some source lighting there. I think, Lion, you might have actually. Did you raid when we were working on this wraith here? I don't think so. I know it was one of our wraiths, right? Hey there, Asher. Nice to see ya. And thank you so much. Appreciate that, JD. Hetzer's going to Hetz, right? Nice to see you there, JD. Thank you so much. Oh boy, JD. I'm just. No, it's just out of range. I can see the barrel sticking out. So say we all. Well, let's do a happy birthday hype train for JD then. Where is it? There it is. There it is. 1 second here. So say we all. There's our hype train. There it is, coming right at you. A little hype train for JD. Look out, all aboard. There it goes. So say we all. Thank you so much, JD. Appreciate that. Of course, Hixie, thank you for posting that Discord link. Now, of course, we're going to be doing a new one of these, too. Here's another little hype train. Look out. Uh-oh, there it is. Hype train. Hype train. We actually did decorate that on stream. No problem there, Lion. Fortunately, I'm tethered to the machine here, so there's no way I can go over there and grab that. So sorry about that. Oh my goodness. So thank you so much, Lion. Appreciate that. And everybody, please give Lion Creative a follow. And of course, again, Lion, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do so. Again, we are working on some another participant in our Moria army. Here's another little view of and I'll be painting up those gobos just like these guys. So that might actually, well, let's see. Maybe we do that for a Saturday challenge. We might just do something like that then. Because they're all done and ready to go. How's about we welcome in our newest little hobbit? Thank you so much, Dustloth. A Dustloth Yager. So my nose did tell me that something smelled like barbecue in here. He's like, yeah, it's these guys. I gotta tell you, dwarfs are kind of gamey. He's like, yeah, well, I really didn't think it was that kind of barbecue. Alright, there we go. There we go. What are we going to get on our big Gandalf dice right here? What are we going to get? Alright. Well, that will do. Got ourselves a 3. That's a solid roll. That'll do the trick for now. Here, let me get that set back up over there. Now, you can see we have nearly unlimited Gandalfs here. There's plenty of Gandalfs. And actually we've got like 3 or 4 more. We also have Gandalf on Shadowfact, but that's right, I gotta get me those other Gandalfs ready to go. And of course we have the grumpiest of all Gandalfs here. It's like, dude, so why the sourpuss? He's like, well, I don't know, maybe this? Yeah, no arms. It's like, so I take it that didn't go well with the Balrog. He's like, well, we both kind of died. That's, oh my goodness. So thanks again, JD. Appreciate that. Now, where did my brush go that I was just working with over here? That was just in my hand. Maybe that's the one right there. So yeah, we will be doing some more Gandalfs because I've got the one from Printing Goes Ever On. Oh, Armored Wolf. Just a little suggestion there. Now, it seems like the Nocturna supports are maybe a little bit better than they were on the Lord of the Rings stuff. So the Arthurians might be a little bit better, but there was a. I'll have to shoot you some message about that. Was another thing that kind of went a little bit haywire. Was the Nocturna files trying to print those? It does seem like maybe they learned a little something in their supports. It wasn't anything that I could see, when I was in Chirubox. It wasn't until they tried to print and I went, holy smokies. So again, we go to our Book of Wapol here. Now, what did we do early on? Right, we had our dry brushy stuff. Then we did the glazy stuff. Now we're going back to almost more what would you say, kind of a standard type of an application. We also did this. We made our colors darker because you must have dark to show the light. Now we are going to have to do this on our dwarves, right? Because they do have metal armor. We are going to have to reflect the firelight. We're also going to have to reflect lots of cool colors all over the place. So yeah, Bonko, we call that the Silly Marillion. It is definitely one of the most popular stories ever told. Clearly superior to any TV shows or anything like that. Even the War of the Rohirrim movie is going to have a hard time matching the just the diction and the storytelling prowess of the Silly Marillion. Let's get some of that down here on this little dwarfy guy here. Also, over here. Oh, looks like BYU is, let's see, what's towards the end of the third quarter. BYU is up. So, Horns fan, I'm not sure how you're feeling about tomorrow. We may have talked about it once or twice here on the stream already, just a little bit. Not that they have a target on their back, not that they're number one or anything like that. And not the fact that it's another SEC matchup. And basically, for Georgia, if they lose that game, that might cost them the a playoff bid. So it's not like Georgia has anything to play for, right, Horns fan? Now somewhere, they're over here. Here we go. Now I don't think we're going to end up having any more. Well, maybe we might have one or two before Halloween. But there's your Galadriel. And there is your Gumlim right there. So again, that's Galadriel and Gollum as gummy bears. Now, if you saw earlier on, we were just basically using some craft brushes. Super cheap craft brushes. We're talking about 25, 26, 27 cents a shot. Depending on what the sales tax is, where you live, pretty much. That will determine kind of the final price right there. But we use them kind of for everything. Now here, sometimes they're a little bit more. Well, this one's in a little bit better shape right here. Let me see if we can find you a brand spanking new one down here. Yes, we can. Here we are. So here's a new one. You can see, actually, the points on these things are really not too shabby. Now, they do start to get a little bit beat up, and that's when they start looking like, say, this, right? Now, when they do get really beat up, look at this. We actually shave that down. We use it as a spatter brush or as a stippling brush. And the spattering brush has a couple of very fun uses, because the spatter brush can do for mud or can spatter some stars onto that, or we use it in a more standard function here on the T3485, so stippling and spattering mud. Now, of course, these brushes have taken many forms over the year. They started out with green handles, then they went to red, then they went to green or gray. Now they're blue. But no matter what color they are, no matter what form they take, we worship them as the one true brush. And there it is in its original green handled glory. I think I might actually have a few of those left. Maybe one or two. Well, most of them are kind of in the beat up form. Now, Horns fan, I do think, all kidding aside, that's something they got going right now because, well, they haven't been Alabama. Well, they didn't get Vanderbilted, and they didn't get let's see, what was the other one? Well, they didn't get almost South Carolina, and they didn't get Oklahoma. So yeah, I again, as long as it's close, right, Horns fan. I think that's the biggest thing. Is it's a home game. If they lose by a field goal or something like that, I'm pretty sure as long as now if they keep doing that, then all bets are off. But Horns fan, we have been speculating here. Well, I have been that some of these other, well, like the Illinois of the world, Navy, Army, some of these undefeateds, it is going to be hard to take like a 5-loss SEC team and say, yeah, they go to the playoffs. And then you got some of these other teams in other leagues and conferences that are, well, 11-0. Yes, or a Kentucky.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, East Black. Appreciate that. We appreciate all of our little hobbits as we try to climb ever closer. We are now just 15 away from quite a magical number. You shall not pass. Well, you're not a Meyer, so I can maybe take you. He's like, I do breathe fire, you know. He's like, oh, yeah, the Balrog doesn't do that. I'll see you later. That Gandalf got out the door real quick right there. What's going to happen on our Gandalf 6? What's going to happen there? All right. That is a solid roll. As long as he doesn't mention the Shire Weed. Yeah, now Horns fan, they almost punked it last week against Purdue, who just got slaughtered by Oregon. Yeah, they needed overtime. Not only did they need overtime, but they needed Purdue to choose to go for a 2-point conversion on the first overtime and fail. So they kind of they survived there. They had a big lead, lost the lead, almost lost the game. Now maybe that will be a lesson to them because it is a young team. We get some more of my orange in here. Of course, this is the College Football Report brought to you by the Wappelville Sports Network. And of course, we cover everything, including the APCC. That's the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference. 10,000 teams, no academic standards. Everybody makes the playoffs. The portal is always open, even during the game. You want to switch sidelines during the game. Every quarter, you can just switch back and forth. You can even bring other kids in the stadium too. So you want to have a roster of like 5,000 kids during the course of a game, it'll be like Texas A&M. It'll be the 12th man times everybody else in that you can fit in the stadium. Let me get some more of my red up here. Oh, let's get some of that up here too, yeah. I'll bet you, you know what? Where'd that little guy go? Where is he hiding? He's around here somewhere. Is there a little light? Unless that rolled off into oblivion, which is possible. I wanted to use my little flashlight there to show. Oh, maybe he went. Maybe he went away. Maybe he rolled onto the floor or something. Yeah, that seems very likely. Trying to get more of my orange glow up here. So let's put some of that up here. Right up there on. This is a very craggy dragon right here. So it is not Smaug. This is just a regular, just a cave dragon. More of that up here. More on his snoot right there. So JD, if there's anything that you want to post in the chat, I know you got some stuff that you've been working on. Please go ahead and do that. Try and catch a little bit of the light down on this over here. So this is from Davale Games. We've done a whole bunch of their stuff. Well, the werewolves that you saw, Lion, those were also from Davale there. We did 5 of these guys. Oh yeah, this was the first of the scary things we did really for Halloween was the Necromancer. That is also from Navarrete Studios. You know what? I think we should get ourselves a bit more of our orangey stuff over here too, and maybe a bit up there. Now I have to start thinking about the wings here too. Unless we just need to let those set for a bit. Maybe we should just let those have a chance to set. Now you would think, I mean, we're painting a dragon for Halloween. You think, oh, that's pretty darn scary. You think of Balrog, well, that's got to be scary for sure. Balrog has to be the scariest possible thing you could run into down in Moria. Well, Gandalf might beg to differ. Yeah, because this might be just a little bit scarier. That would be the mimes of Moria. Yes, they are French, and yes, they are street mimes. As you can see, we got the pogo stick guy. We've got actually the parasol guy. He's the one that gets thrown around, and of course, jetez-moi. That says toss me. Now they like to wear many hats. They wore well, berets, of course, top hats, even chef hats. Now, for whatever reason, the chef there, he's got that toasty baguette in his bare hand, not his oven hand. So the lieutenant, they're not necessarily all that smart, necessarily, except for Charles de Gaulle there. He's got his very dapper mustache and 2 stars on his hat. Of course, these 2 guys, Francois and Pierre, they thought they were the stars of the team. Stuff like blocking, tackling, that really wasn't their vibe. So yeah, they weren't so into that. However, they were master sommelier. So something like a fine merlot or something like that, Pinot Noir. That was really more their speed. That was what they liked. And of course, this was done way back in 2006, which means no 3D printing. There were barely any plastic gobos to be found. So that meant taking metal figures, chopping those up, and then doing lots of resculpting. And we did an entire team. We did the coaching staff, the fans, the whole shooting match. Horns fan, I don't know if you saw the highlight of one pass that he threw in the last game, but it was after about 40 consecutive runs. Yeah, that was about a 70-yard pass. And it was almost like there was nobody on the field except Army players. That is how close to the line of scrimmage the other team was. Needless to say, somebody had crept up kind of close to the line of scrimmage there. Yep. Oh, you know what we haven't done yet? We haven't gotten some of our orange over here. This finally has set enough to where I can start doing something like that. Okay, so Banco will wait a little bit on checking out our lizards in Lustria there. That was, well, speaking of 2006, my very first fantasy army. Well, that was back in 2007. And that was the Lizard Man. And I think in 2012, that was my, for Armies on Parade. That was for Armies on Parade, and well, that was the first one here in the U.S., and the Lizards did manage to win that. We are starting to work on more Lizards again. Yes, indeed. We got more Lizards. That's one of our new Army Painting series. Actually, it's the Army Painting Mega Series because it's going to be about at least 6 or 7 episodes. Horns fan, I'm very much in favor of making the forward pass illegal. And the defense should have 15 guys, and the offense should have 7. That's more my speed, because an Army Navy game, right? Horns fan, takes about 5 minutes to play a 60-minute game. Yeah. Now here is our old Lizardman army. Those engines of the god, those were scratch sculpted. And a lot of folks said, well, you only scratch sculpted those because you wanted to paint spacescapes. I cannot confirm nor deny that. Everything in here was heavily converted. That Chakax in the front there, the temple guard with Big Babo. Here's Baby Babo. Yes, that's Baby Babo, the skink priest. Here was the general of the army. That was Sticky Wicket. And that was at Games Day 2009. Yep, Games Day 2009. I just painted that while we were hanging out at Games Day. That was very fun. And here's a little more of a view of the army. Actually, the terrain that you see there, I actually did some some tutorials on building that terrain. And here is we're gonna actually be reprising this. We're gonna be making this again. So this was the Temple of Blood. This was my army board. I used foam core for this. The new one is not going to be tons of Sculpey and foam core. It's going to be just a pink foam. So it's going to be a whole lot easier to deal with. So there is our lizard. I think we actually, do I have, oh yeah, here we go. Now that was all Sculpey, that entire thing. We also had to sculpt Croak too. So that was all Sculpey. The Carnosaur here. Oh look, object source lighting. See the blue on the bluish gray on the top and all of the warm colors on the bottom there. Yes, so that's what we're doing here. Horns fan, I mean, all kidding aside, the TV coverage of the Army Navy game, it's pretty. They don't get too many commercials because there's zero stoppages in play, right? It's like the game starts. I don't know, say 2 in the afternoon. All of a sudden, by 4 o'clock, it's like okay, we got the 2 minute warning in the fourth quarter. I'm gonna let a little bit more of the orange get down here on the bottom half of him. Hey there, Artemichael. Gee whiz, I never got a chance to use mine. Now, part of the thing is that, well, there's this thing called the Bamboo X1, which, needless to say, that's kind of making short work of the terrain, literally and figuratively. Now, Artemichael, where you're going to get some of the, is it Shifting Lands, where you're going to get some of their uh, guides. Again, I have some of them. I never got the chance to use them yet. I see people doing really fantastic things with those guides. So hopefully you could snag some of those for yourself too. And hopefully you have a lot of fun with that Proxon. I know there's all kinds of YouTube channels, guys, using that. Again, we can still go a little bit lighter on our source lighting there, but we're just we're building up towards that. Speaking of building up, let's get up here. Last time I put the brush up there, it just seemed to be a little bit too soon to be working up there. Let's see what happens with this now. Yes, okay, it's starting to adhere a little bit better. Hey there, Blades. Everybody, please give Blades81 a follow. Sorry I couldn't catch your stream earlier there, Blades. I hope that was a blast. So Blades, again, I'm really thinking I could be back here as soon as maybe 8 o'clock Central. That again, it really kind of depends on what kind of endurance my sister has for being there. But I could be back maybe by 8. Who knows? Maybe by 8 or 8:30. I don't know if that's too late to try and join or anything like that. So everybody, please give Blades81 a follow. Yeah, Arda Michael, I really think I think you'll love that, and I think you'll actually really like those shifting lands guides. So Horns fan, and of course each side has standing orders for the game. See what I did there? Yeah, nobody sits down, and it's always fun during the broadcast when you see the different spirit segments that they've filmed. Okay. Oh, that's right. Sorry about that, Blades. I forgot about the change in format. It's just the first 2 hours. Yeah, sorry about that, Blades. Blades, I don't know. Oh, I think I might have forgot to send you pictures of the new mixer. Yeah, Blades. I'll send you the pictures of the new mixer. There's even a video of it in operation. Let's put it this way: it's going to make the cookies a whole lot easier to make, as in massively easier to make. Where's my other? Here it is. Some of that, some of the orange, because this is now set. Yes, we can do this again. Instead of fooling around with that, we'll just hit it with this here. Let's get back some more on that brush there. So yeah, blades. Whereas the old mixers practically started on fire trying to mix this dough, within, I want to say, about 5 minutes, this thing had it all mixed. I mean, the process went from well over an hour to maybe 12 to 15 minutes from start to finish. Okay, yeah, Blades. For some reason, I was thinking, I don't think I sent that to you. But man, oh man, well, that was the one that was on sale. Those Prime days? And I said, well, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens here on the rest of this here wing. Again, this can't be too light, because if it's as light as the stuff down here, well, that's we don't want that. Yeah, Blades, there was no struggle with that mixer at all. It just tore right through that stuff. And again, happy Friday to, well, now it just turned Saturday here. It just turned Saturday, which means we're in time for a glorious college football Saturday. And oh, looks like the Cowboys tied it up. They just tied it up. Well, actually, maybe not for long, because it seems like the Cougs have the ball deep in Cowboy territory. Blades, and I think I sent you pictures already of the new implements for doing the frosting. We shall also see how those work out. Much like our predictions for Saturday, I have some inclinations about which things are going to be more successful. But just like with the oil paints, you never know until you try it. Think more or think less, do more, right? Don't think about how it's going to work, just do it and see what works. We're trying to hit ourselves a little bit more on this wing, trying to get that texture. This is 3D printed from Davale. And of course, Blades, I don't know if you had a chance to post your Insta links there, but you want to do that, please go ahead. And everybody, please give Blades81 a follow. So Blades actually, Black Skull was in he was in the chat last night, I think. I think it was, yeah, it was last night. And I think Monster Den had just finished streaming. And of course, if you want to share the link to the Council of Miniature Painters, go on ahead and do that. So Blades, I'll shoot you a message if I can tomorrow. I'll try to shoot you a message saying, well, looks like we are not getting home till after, say, 8 o'clock. So everybody, please check out that link that Blades just shared, and of course, everybody give Blades a follow. Just like they were for Falling Freely, follows are free, so go do that. Nah, that got too much yellow in there. Let me get some of this here magenta into that and see what happens. Ah, there we go. That's it. So I'm just too yellow before. Also, you can kind of see how we've got this different grip on the brush there. Right? Much different grip on that brush. So also to please ever give Hixie a follow. And of course, Hixie, I don't know if you had a chance to post anything that you were working on. But Hixie, actually, that bust you were painting, that's you can get that as a digital file now from CA Sculpts, and I haven't painted that one yet. I've printed it out. I did the other one, the one that kind of has that head crust. I did that as a tutorial. I want to do the figure next. Get that thing put together. So everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Blades just shared. Come on. See if we can make that a little lighter now. And this is something that we'll swing back around. We're only 1 hour 30 minutes in. 98 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. So, it's 4th and 8 at the Cowboys 23. Looks like it's going to be field goal time. Hopefully they don't have the Jets kicker. No offense to the New York Jets fans out there. Now this wing is lower than the other wing, so I'm trying to get a little bit more light in the craggy goodness here. Yeah, this is 3D printed from Davale Games. This might be in their welcome pack. I don't know, not anymore. I think it was in the original welcome pack, maybe. They've got some really nifty stuff coming up from November. A whole bunch of, more Angmar stuff. Well, they're doing Arnor and Angmar. And in this case, it's the Karn Doom. So the brand new figures that just came out from Forge World, well, you say, you know what? That's that Forge World stuff, a little bit on the pricey side. How's about we just print out as many as we need instead of trying to pay a whole ton of money for like 6 guys and try and turn that into an army. So again, we're gonna go lighter in there. Here, we'll see if we can turn it even more upside down. Thank goodness for the for this holder, which is just hot glued to the base. It is literally glued to the base. It's the only way we'd be able to do this thing. I mean, it's still pretty adventurous trying to fit this on screen. Oh, I can actually zoom out here. I think you'll be able to see a little bit more as well if I do that. That's more like it. Again, trying to get some more of our light out here on all of these. That is really very craggy. Just after all the Navarrete Studios ones, where the texture is a little bit, say, on the smoother side. And I believe what I should be painting, well, let's see. I think we'll be painting that tomorrow. If not, that'll be next week. We'll either be painting those goblins tomorrow, or we'll be painting the Undying. Again, it depends if that is prepped and ready to go. Needless to say, the stream is not going to be starting early tomorrow because if I'm going to try and prep that thing and do all the cookie stuff, that is going to take some time. Well, looks like BYU made that one. So it is 31-28, 9.5 minutes to go in the third. Again, brought to you by the Wampelville Sports Network. Here we report the news before it is news. Catch a little bit more of my light right in there. Actually, oh yeah, Falling Freely was here, Blades, and I think it was good that I reminded Freely about the Council of Miniature Painters this Sunday. Because Freely's like, oh, geez, yeah, all right. I always keep thinking of it as being later in the month. You know what? That skelly friend going to catch a little more light there. So again, one of our little dwarf buddies over there. Now I'm going to try and get me some more light on this side, see how that works. Yeah, you can see where my hand is. That's one thing I like about when we're doing these bigger ones, you can actually see just how far away from that metal ferrule my hand is. And there's no way we could paint any of this stuff if it was right on top of that ferrule. Just would not happen. More of their, again, we're just trying to hit a little more light on that, and then we'll be coming back down here and doing more on this. And then we got to do all of the non-object source lit stuff. But we always start out with that because if we do start out with this first, then we end up not having to paint areas 2-3 times where we say, yeah, well, it looks like source lighting is supposed to go there. Too bad, so sad. We already painted it with not source lighting. I am liking this idea of adding the magenta here. This is the floral magenta because it does kind of help keep this from getting too yellow. We don't want it to be too yellow. And of course, we might still come back in here with even more of our dark. Also some blue. Like here, we might bring in a little bit of our Payne's Gray, which in this case, as a Williamsburg color, it is very much towards the blue. Okay, again, trying to stipple in as much of that nice fluorescent texture as we can. Oh, geez, thanks, Blades. Look at that. That's 2 baker's dozens. That is 2 baker's dozen. That's the best kind of dozen, right, Blades? And of course, Blades, what did we have today? We had fromage. We had Asiago fromage. Now, after the stream, we'll have a little snack of some Gouda fromage. Now, one of the things that now that we have this mixer that actually works, now that means that maybe bread doughs are possible. And I know I think there's some bread dough that you can kind of infuse with some cheeses or something with some fromage there. Also, there's lasagna too. Well, the Gouda fromage is very Gouda for you, right, Blades? This is a cuisine channel. This is a cuisine channel after all. I mean, we have indisputable visual evidence here. Ah, look at that. See that new mixer just tearing into that stuff? Look at that. The old mixer literally at this point there was smoke coming out of it. Just a little bit of a difference there. So this is not just an object source lighting channel, or a Lord of the Rings channel, or a cavalry channel, or a Song of Ice and Fire channel. It's not just an exercise channel, a home repair channel. That's what else is it? Oh, it's also a freehand channel. Obviously a sports channel. Yeah, Blades, even Kathy's mom couldn't remember which grandparent that came from. So it was either Kathy's grandma or on her dad's side, or Kathy's grandma on her mom's side, and even her mom didn't remember. So the Hunt for Gollum movies are coming out in 2025, Blades. That's about a year sooner than I expected. And I do believe that Viggo Mortensen is supposed to play Sauron in the Hunt for Gollum movies. That should be very interesting. So yeah, that's the Hunt for Gollum. I do believe that Andy Serkis is doing the directing. There we go. So yeah, that mixer that I was using was at least, and even Kathy's mom didn't even know how old it was. We speculated that it was over 60 years old. And again, it could have been older than that. Could have been more like 63, 65 years old. So yeah, the Hunt for Gollum movies. There's supposed to be two of them, I think. Of course, War of the Rohirrim, that comes out December 13th. Now, I don't know what, is that like a Thursday or a Friday or something like that? Oh, now let's get to some of our later stuff down here. DiMarino, holy smokies, it's been a while. That's 31 months worth. DiMarino, how the heck are you doing? Great to see you. Wow, it's been a while. Sorry that the streams have been so late there. Now, what I am hoping, and I mentioned this on the stream last night, Blades will be like, hey, about time. So it is a Saturday, okay? What I'm hoping to do, say December, January, February, is maybe try to see if I can do some lighter or earlier start times on Saturday. Like the old days when believe it or not, we used to start streams on Saturday at 4:30 in the afternoon. Well, with the things like the air fryer and the slow cooker, it is creating a scenario where I could have something that's like, well, basically my own MREs. Well, Dean Marino, thank you so much for joining us, boy. It is again sorry about the stream times being so different here, but appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for the sub. But yeah, I was thinking that possibly again somewhere in that kind of January-ish maybe time frame. See if maybe we can do some earlier starts on the maybe the Saturday stream. The weekday stuff that's just never gonna happen. Why Saturday? Well, any deliveries that happen, those are gonna happen early enough. Because that's the other thing, again. Because there's only one of me here now, and that means there's nobody to get packages in. So that is yet one of the other many reasons why I'm not able to start earlier. Also hoping too that it being wintertime means that things will be a little bit more stable weather-wise too. Less tornadoes to be hiding from. Now we're gonna get some more of our later stuff here. Thanks, DiMarino. This one is 3D printed from Davale, and oh, also too, this is in the new video that I just posted to the Patreon page. We were just, I think I was still filming the last of the basing on this thing last night, and this was last night's stream. There's our bow rug, and this is our Monday stream right there. So again, a bit of a nautical theme to it. That's the Knight of Umbar. DiMarino, we've been painting a lot of terrain, like entire buildings terrain. Now, speaking of terrain, Artomico, is there any type of terrain that you're looking to build straight away, aside from an entire Osgiliath board? So yeah, DiMarino, we've done, oh gosh, 7 of those rates already. And I'm hoping to get, well, one more prepped for tomorrow. And now, oh, that's right, I found the Watcher in the Water file. I was really looking around and I ran across it by accident, so that is printed out. I wish that Bithron were on the stream here. He could tell me if it goes on this size base or not. I'm thinking it goes on this size base. I might just put him on there anyways. And I was actually going to be doing a video because I want to do a video after we did the water effects on this. We've done water effects videos for things like the Song of Ice and Fire minis, but never something like this where we literally were sculpting something like that. I think I know we did it for this Faramir diorama where we were doing the waterfalls. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So what I want to do is I really want to call the video Elementium. Just talk about, well, it's a video that I've wanted to film, but talk about making the title first and then the video. So yes, I want to call the video Using Elementium. But I've got icicles to do. I've got snow to do. Somehow I have to film that on Sunday and Monday. So that'll be interesting. Not sure that's going to work, but we'll give it a shot. Trying to get some. Oh, here we go. We need more dark on the wing. Let's go in the other direction here. We got all this fabulous Perline Crimson here. Let's make use of that. See a little pinline washi effect right there. So DiMarino, I don't know if you've had a chance to do much in the way of painting or new projects. If there is something that maybe you've had a chance to work on and you'd like to share it for people to go check out, please drop that into the chat. So Blades, the starter set, the new starter set that's coming for the War of the Rohirrim, the new GW version of MESBG has two of those buildings. So see Blades, you got to buy a starter set. You know how to put the building together. You know all the weird stuff about that kit. Get yourself a starter set, and now you can paint the Rohirrim and the Dunlendings on stream, and then of course they've got the special characters: Wolf, Haleth, Hama, uh, obviously Freka and Helm. So see, we're starting to put some of our darks in there now. And the next thing you know, Blades, you'll be live streaming games of MESBG on your channel. It's not like Cooper would ever interrupt one of those. That's not what Cooper's about, right? Okay, that was a little more thinner than I was really looking to put on there, but it looks like it worked out okay in the end. When in doubt, make things darker. We already did that Book of Wample, remember? Yeah, Blades. Cooper never gets into mischief. And here, yeah. So that is the fabulous Pearline Crimson, all Series 6 of it. Yeah, it ain't cheap. Of course, I did wait for the fabulous super sale there, the winter sale on Dick Blick, and it was more like a Series 4. I only mention this because, well, Black Friday is not that far away. So you got some favorite colors that you're looking to maybe snag on Dick Blick, Jerry's Artorama, or whatever. Or even Gerstecker there in Germany. Ah, look at that. Now take a look at this. And look at that. Very, very different, right? Welcome back, Vesto. How you doing? Vesto, I do not have a book. It's we call it the Book of Wample, just because we thought, well, we have all these little sayings that we like to use, right? And to make them easier to remember, we kind of just referred to it as the Book of Wample. Now, there's what is it? The guys that do the art of books or something like that. I had hoped that maybe they would help me out trying to make a physical book, but I think they're kind of busy with a bunch of projects, so that has not happened. Nice to see you there, Sarge, as we get ready for a glorious college football Saturday. Now, of course, it was suggested to me also that it could be e-published and maybe even put up on Amazon or something like that, which actually would work. In some ways, I would almost prefer that, because people that are doing the physical books, they tend to get too crazy about, oh, every picture has to be 10,000 DPI, when the picture is going to be as small as that little Davale Games logo. Having been in the printing industry for, well, quite some time, it ain't that necessary. It really, you're not going to see it. It's kind of like, was it the 14K or whatever, 12K, whatever the printers are now, or 4K TV, whatever it is. At a certain point, your eye just can't see it. So nice to see you there, Sarge. Happy Saturday. Now, Sarge, I'm hoping that all the travel goes as is. Hopefully, no more weird stuff with the vehicles. So it is. Well, we are. Oh, look at that. We got the 2-minute warning. Oak State is at the Cougar 30-yard line with the ball. Do we have an undefeated maybe going down? Take them all down, except for Army Navy, right, Sarge? So, Sarge, if you want to share your link to the Tigray, please go ahead and do that. And Sarge, yeah, unfortunately, I think you saw the FDM building that I printed out for Stalingrad with all the snow and the icicles and stuff. Now, even then, with all that stuff covering it, you could still see the layer lines. So yeah, I don't think I could print one out uh, for your Tiger because it just wouldn't have the detail that your actual 1/35 scale model kit's gonna have. Oh, it's only third and 3. Well, now it's third and 8. So somebody must have jumped early. That is no bueno there. Well, no, how can it still be at the 30? That makes no sense. Well, okay, now it's third and 13 at the 35. Okay, they just had to update the thing. Well, they better get that 5 yards back. Ah, boy, Sarge, that is. I was wondering about that. I figured that well maybe there's somebody that can just kind of for Bodie and the other pooch there can watch them. So again, see how that is much darker there. I'm actually going to take a little bit of this Pearline Crimson. I'm going to get that over here too. So more of a transition there. So sorry about that, Sarge. That's a, I know that's a not a fun surprise right there. I don't know, Sarge. I think as you get into a certain well, once you're an adult, surprises tend to be less fun. They tend to be more like, oh, geez, that kind of surprise. Yeah, Sarge. I was thinking, well, are there and even the ones that are MDF, those are still going to be 28 mil or maybe 1/72nd scale. Yeah, they won't be 1/35th scale. Boy, that magenta flora was being very helpful there. Yeah, that's really keeping it from getting too much towards the yellow. So DiMarino, I hope again that you've had a chance to maybe still keep going with some of the painting. There's been a lot of interesting developments, DiMarino, with the oil paints. I don't know if you've seen the ones where we're doing much more primer painting. Speaking of the magenta, right? The face, the cloak, even the sword there. That was a goodly portion of that was actually primer. Let me see if we can get a little bit more of a, yeah, a little more extensive with the orange there. Oh, let's do this too. We're still only 2 hours in, right? And what we'll be doing is we're going to get into some of the not object sourcelet areas too. But what we always try to do is basically lock down all or as much of the source lighting first, and then we backfill the rest of the way. It just prevents you from having to repaint areas where you say, oh, yeah, oh, wait a minute. It's second and fourth at the BYU 8. that was a critical first down. Now, with only 123 left, BYU might start using some timeouts here to try and save some time. If the Cowboys actually manage to get the touchdown here, or as they might say, a major in Australia. Get some of our red-ish, a little more of that on here. You know what, I might find a little more of a red on this face over here too. We'll sneak this brush all the way down in there and try to get some more of my red down into that zone. So it's 3rd and 2 at the BYU side. This is pretty much the ball game here with 1:18 left. It's either going to be overtime or a potential game winner for the Cowboys, knocking off the number 13 team in the country. Again, College Football Report brought to you by the Wappelville Sports Network. Here we report the news before it is the news. All things college football, all things Aussie rules. Touch up a little bit, yeah. Let's bring some of that down there too. Okay. Teensy bit of the orange back in here. Not a bunch. Maybe a little more under there too. Now, Sarge, I think you've seen some of the tutorials that I did with the pink foam on the bolt action buildings. Well, there's a touchdown. Touchdown Cowboys, 35-31, 1:13 left to go. That is, boy oh boy, we're in the wee hours of Saturday and already the mighty are falling. Don't get nervous at all there, Horns fan. So Sarge, the nice thing about the pink foam, and you might be able to see it. Nope, not that one. You can see that that's actually carved texture. I just used a pen to carve all that texture into the foam, so the wood texture and everything. Same there. So all that texture is carved in. Now we have. I can sort of see it there, but here, watch this. Okay, there you go. Now you see where all the pen marks are, and you can see there. That's again that was basically carved in with a pen, and that is the it's the pink foam, and then the that's insulation foam, but also key thing is the underlayment foam. So the underlayment foam, now we would get that at Home Depot. It comes in an accordion. What is it? 2 feet by 4 feet sheets, and there's maybe like 10 sheets in there, and it's just like basically an accordion. So that if you're looking to sculpt it yourself, that might work. Now again, I wasn't sure if you're looking to do it in a fully intact building or just kind of some walls, almost like what you see terrain-wise on a game, where it's kind of like the corner, right? You have a corner between the two walls there. And thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Again, this guy right here, the entire base of this, along with, well, these guys, and some dwarves and another Balrog, that was all the subject of a basing video that just went up on the Patreon page today. Well, it's the 73rd official basing techniques video, but you have to include the 44 army painting series that each first episode, also a basing video. So right there, that alone is well over 100 videos just on basing. Then there's the dioramas. Then there's the terrain. There's even some Dark Sword videos exclusively just about basing. Uh, we may have a very healthy obsession with basing. Some might say not so healthy. Now I'm going to try and bring in some of the lightest of the source lighting down here. This is where is literally closest to the light source. And it's been a little while since we really worked on this area, so I'm hoping, yeah, see that it is adhering very well there. Let me throw in a couple more of my lights here on these scales. Very craggy scales here. I think we're zoomed in as far as we can. So up here, not going to do that up there. That's for down here where we are much closer to, again, where the light source is. Wow, BYU is already facing a 4th and 7 at their own 28. This is the ball game here. 52 seconds left. Well, Ryan's going to be happy. Yes, your Iowa State fans should be happy about this. More of that light right down here. Let that try to blend a little bit more there. Yeah, Sarge. Now the other thing that you can do is, oh god, the Sarge. I'll see. Unfortunately, all my pictures of the bolt action stuff is on another machine. Oh, Sarge, I got the check out the blog. Yes, I've got step by step on the blog. So Sarge, what you do is you you take the pink foam, especially the thinner stuff. It's only a 1/4 inch thick. You do your brick texture. What you can do is use literal plaster, and you can actually plaster the outside, and that way you can have it look like the whatever the stucco is kind of knocked off the building and the bricks are exposed. Now, well, I guess they got the first down. But there's only 32 seconds left, and they have to get a touchdown here. Field goal was not enough. Now we're going to get a little bit more of our lightest light here on those chompers. Plus that one. See what we can start doing on some of our skelly friends down here. Also on our little dwarf friend down here. You can see he's got his armor right here. Trying to catch some light on the edges of that. Well, some of the firelight anyways. So yeah, Sarge, maybe I'll try to see if I can find some of those blog posts for you. But it's in the bolt action section of the blog. And I have a whole bunch of pictures, obviously no videos on that. But I do have some step-by-step images that might be useful. Wow, they got it down to the Oklahoma State 35, but there is now less than 20 seconds left. And, well, they still have a timeout, though. And in college, the clock stops when you get a first down, so they can reset the chains. Oh, geez. Well, never mind. Cougars just scored. I guess they're going to win. Well, fancy that. I don't know what the heck happened there, but that was like a 30 some odd yard touchdown pass, I guess. I'm going to try and get me a little more of my latest lighter light right down in here. Also on the tail, because that's it's even closer than the face. Some of it here on the wall there. So this is 3D printed. Again, this is from Davale Games. We use the dwarf casualties like this guy here. These are from Kerr's Look Miniatures. And then the skeleton bits down here, these are from Make It Epic Basing. Try to throw here a little bit, something there. I think some of those I'm kind of wiping away with my hand, it looks like. I mean, that's going to happen a while. You can see it there. I might also, at a certain point here, maybe refresh the medicine. And then also get some of that stuff off my hand. So that we don't, again, transfer it to something. Catching a little more light on the edges of that part of the base there. I think we'll try and get a little bit more of the orange on the underside of his neck here, it looks like. Come on. There's a bunch of things kind of in the way there of the brush trying to get to it. Catch a little bit more of the light down there too, okay. Now here we have mostly yellow around the eye. I'm gonna try to get some more of this orange going here. That eye too. The wing is kind of in the way here, so just bear with me while I do this one part of his face that's, again, well, if I do it this way, it's not quite so so blocked. Also taking some of the yellow away on the teeths there. Now I think just to make this stand out a little more. No, that's got too much paint on it. Here we go. Trying to get a little more, some lighter orange here on the hand, the fingers, claws, whatever. Try and get, nope, that's got too much of the yellow in it. We'll back off. There we are. Again, that's got some of the magenta there. Put some more light on this area. So what I'm trying to do is, the bluish green on the top, the orange on the the bottom of all these craggy scales here. So we'll be using the Perline Black. That's a really dark green. Our fabulous, not indigo this time. It's the Payne's Gray, the Williamsburg Payne's Gray, which again is more of a bluish color. Yeah, this is all part of our Moria army. We actually have again, some goblins that are set up with this same basing scheme. Oh, and 2 hours 20 minutes ago, this bad boy had no paint on it whatsoever, none at all. Now, what I think I'm going to do here is move on along to some of the non-object source lighting stuff. Yeah, let's do that here. Now, I'll kind of start off in this area first to really lock that in, see just how light we can go with those, well, lighter colors. And again, we'll probably still do some lighter stuff on this, not so much on that wing, but on this portion of the wing. Boy, that dark that we put in there really did make a difference. All right, speaking of darks, let's make our darks look darker by adding some light. A little bit of our, again, bluish gray in there. And over here we got our Perline Black. I might have to get some more of my fast matte white out here too. Just breaking that down here. So now that's got a little hint of green. This has our hint of the blue. And we'll just bounce back and forth between those two. A little too much thinner in there. Let's get rid of some of that. And if need be, we will come back with some hefty dark. We'll do a film noir also. And now remember when we did the last film noir, you really couldn't see any source lighting because we hadn't really gotten very light on our OSO portion yet. But even then, it's a big color difference, right? The cooler, dingier colors up here versus all of the really high saturation, warm colors that are all facing the off-camera lighting. Now I'm going to use this as a blending brush here. There's no paint on this. All I'm doing is just kind of scumbling around with the paint, taking some of the paint away, and that basically, it looks like it's blending it. It's really not blending it. What it's doing is just taking away the excess paint, and that will remove a lot of weird brush marks and that sort of stuff. Ugly Moo, how you doing? Happy Saturday. Thank you so much for the kind words. So this is going along with our bow rug that we painted last night. So that's him last night. You can see the same basing motif there, and we also have some gobos that I don't know if we'll be painting these tomorrow. Again, it kind of depends what we can get prepped. But again, the same. There you go. You can see the same basing motif there. And of course, that was our Thursday stream. Our Monday stream was yet another one of our fell beasts and ring wraiths. So that is the Knight of Umbar. We painted him up on Monday. He was the seventh. He was the seventh of our ring wraiths that we painted on fell beasts. So basically, every stream it's another ring wraith on fell beast. And we'll either get the gobos tomorrow. We'll just paint up those 5, or we will we'll have the Undying So thanks so much, Ugly Moo. Appreciate that. And let me see, 2 hours, 24 minutes ago, this guy had no paint on him at all. No object source lighting. No paint. He was a paint free. He was a paint free object a couple hours ago. Like the Weeping Angel says, don't blink. It happens really quick. Now here again, this is more of a greenish tone right here. This is more of a greenish tone. Now we've already done a bunch of other Moria stuff on stream. We've done a cave drake. Oh god, I gotta get me some more of those whatchamacallits printed out. The what were they? The Warg Marauders. So here's the original set of gobos that we painted, and that's the old metal GW Balrog. I mean, seriously, that was a big old hunk of metal there, except for the wings. That was the only part of him that was plastic. The body, the flame, all that stuff was metal. So yeah, oh yeah, this is definitely liking this more of a greenish tone here. Let's get that again on the upper portion of the very craggy skin here. Now most people will just see it as kind of a grayish color. They won't really see it as green. And that's kind of the point here. But a green and red are opposites, right? So we should do that, right? We should have the opposites here to maximize that contrast. And thanks again to everybody for the follows. We just need 15 more. We are now at 89, 85. So 15 more of those follows. And all of a sudden we reach a magical number that has no actual meaning. There's no special rewards for that. It would be fun because, well, didn't really expect that to happen 4.5 years ago when we first started streaming. And of course, we want to thank Armored Wolf for doing the moderations during those 4.5 years. As that meant Armored Wolf has had to endure all the streams, all of the nonsense, all of the silly Marillion. So everybody should please give a little look-see to Armored Wolf Productions there on Etsy to support Armored Wolf. Of course, buy tons of dice bags, fabulous custom-made ones too if you are interested in a super special dice bag. Got my blending brush again here. Look at this. We're just going to take that, and we're just going to push that stuff around. Oh, look at that. Yep. Well, that's the power of the oil paints, right? Can't do that with acrylics. Look at that. Just going to, again, plop that on there. Here, get our blending brush, and we just push that around. Pop that on there. Pull that, push it, manipulate it. So Armored Wolf, since Armored Wolf has about 2 bazillion channel points, yeah, so Armored Wolf could probably have about 10,000 emojis. And sorry I haven't been able to make any new screens. I will try to make some. Obviously, I guess I'll have to make some for the Nazgul. And so instead of trying to grab those Nazgul and drag them in front of the camera, we could just show the pictures of them. So thanks again, Armored Wolf, for all of the many hours of listening to the insane ramblings here in Wappleville. Taking our blending brush to that again. So see how we've got kind of a little bit of a light ridge there. We're going to do a similar thing over on this side. Now here, kind of going with a little bit of the bluish stuff. That is the, I keep wanting to call it shadow gray, but that is the, what's called it, Perline Black 2. No, that is the Payne's Gray, and that is from Williamsburg. Blending brush, again, there. I mean, we have created a few emojis. Sorry I never got a chance to do the gifts there. No, not gifts. What are the, oh yeah, the animated emoticons. I don't really know if there's going to be time for those. Well, there might be once finally all of the work on the house subsides. That's a big obstacle there. Now here, this is really very choppy terrain here. We're using our teensy little one, our 18-0. I almost said 1/1800 scale. That would be our ships that we've been doing. We will be getting back to our more regular Armada Mondays. I am hoping for this upcoming Armada Monday to be able to do the Watcher in the Water, because that could be very fascinating. You know what? I'm actually going to put a little bit of the Radiant Green into this. I guess we need a bit more of that. I might have to actually just physically put some more of the Radiant Green out there too. Again, that's a much cooler green right there, and maybe we'll try for something a little lighter there along those edges, and then some of these two. Top of his head, we got him gonna backtrack just a smidge here. I think we better finalize this first, because painting the wing and then sticking my hand on there doesn't make a whole bunch of sense. So let's see what we can make happen here on his face. Thank you so much, Jeremy Wood, for posting a link to the YouTube channel. We do have the latest YouTube vid, a shortened version of the Harad themed Fellbeast and Nazgul. I think it was originally about a 4.5 hour stream. We've got that. I think it's more like a 2+ hour vid. Trying to get just like the ambient light and some of the non-orangey colors down here. On the top of his head there. Again, it just makes sense to work a bunch more on this before we do the wing there, because you can see we got that darker paint on our finger. Of course, if we want to get rid of that, dish soap, warm water in a matter of seconds. Even Egyptian violet oil paint will be just washed away. Now, for folks that maybe don't want to spread the oil paints around while you're working with them, maybe you put the glove on, right? With all the 3D printing, you're going to have tons of those nitrile gloves sitting around anyways. So you could always use some of them. Again, just if you don't want to be transferring potentially wet paint all over the place. Yeah, not too much more. Let's keep working down here, shall we? Well, that we can really see the pearline black there. That's again a dark green. I'm just going to try and paint this in here. You can't really see it, unfortunately, because of the wing. I think you can see his foot there, sort of. If I turn it this way, you can see some of the action on his foot there. I guess I better go this way if I want to get the rest of it. You know what? When in doubt, make things darker. I might just grab the Van Dyke Brown here. That was not a bad plan. Oh yeah, that makes a very positive difference there. Getting some more of our dark down there. So let's see, 2 hours and 36 minutes ago. This was only primer. There was absolutely no paint on this whatsoever. So yeah, just 2 hours and 36 minutes to go from primer. That would be the Steiner Res primer to this. Fine, I'll try to catch a couple more lights there before we come back with some darks. Because here, what we did was some of that glaze work. We'll just get some more of that dark in here, and I will still stick, I think, with the more of that pearline black. Now that it enhances our shadow there nicely. That right in there. Now we'll do an even little pin line wash to back that up. Did we get this side yet? I don't think so. That side there too. With my dark, gotta finalize the eye slit there. Speaking of, okay, there's that one. We'll have to hit that one again, I think, with some of our lighter stuff, looks like. Catching some more of the, oh no, the dark up there. Ah, there we are. I will use the same stuff. Different segments of that. Looks like that horn there. Captured more dark up here. See, yeah, this, I can't really lighten these up too much. If I do, that is just not going to, we're going to lose all of our lighting effect down there. When in doubt, make things darker. So we should do that. Hitting some more. We're darking on the dwarf casualty here, and then some of the skilly friends where some of the eye sockets ended up getting filled in. some extra dark on some of this stuff here. Maybe the Van Dyke Brown. Around this. Hey there, Doji. How you doing? I hope a delicious bakery run has been achieved with all kinds of very tasty victuals. Then, of course, Doji, if you want to share any of your stuff in the chat, the Eldfall Chronicles, anything along those lines, please go ahead and do that. So great to see you again. And happy Saturday. So Doji, we almost had our first major college football upset of Saturday, and it's literally only just early Saturday morning. Technically, it was almost on Friday. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. Please check that out again. Some fabulous oil painted goodness from Doji. Doji, well, I don't know if you saw the alert for this video, but the Balrog here, the Balrog, the dragon, and then those little goblins and the dwarves. That was all part of the latest video up on the Patreon page. Where are we at here? There we go. So yeah, Doji, the number 13 team, BYU, literally needed a touchdown on the last play of the game to go from defeat to victory. So we almost had ourselves again our first victim. We were denied, but there will be plenty of opportunities later today to wipe out more of those top-ranked teams. Catching a little more ambient light on some of these rocks here. Now these were added in, these were not printed, but we added our homemade texture paste of tile grout and glue. Then added that, and then on top of it went was it the Geek Gaming Scenics, and what do they call it? They call that the coarse rubble ballast. Yeah, Doji, I think it was maybe like 35-ish minutes before the stream at most. Let me see if I can capture some of this too. Yeah. Doji, I'm hoping to paint a bunch of those actually on our Armada Mondays. So yeah, once, I was hoping to do the Watcher in the water for our next Armada Monday, but after that, I think it would be the Necron ships for obvious reasons. Because, I mean, they're scary, right? They're creepy little robot undead things, whatever. So again, we just did this one here as a tutorial video. It's then what, 4 of these? It's either 3 or 4 of these ships we did. We painted the base and such. Continue to here get some of this, some more lighter tone on the base here. There we go. And let's see, what was the other thing? Again, the Watcher in the Water, I was able to print that out. I'm hoping that I can maybe on Sunday be able to film a video doing a whole bunch of water effects on that. I was initially going to have it be one where we've got fire and ice and everything else, but that one might just we might just do that one as one maybe a little bit somewhat shorter video because I don't really have time to film a 2-hour one. All right, we're gonna get to some of the brownish gray here. Where's my blending brush? There you go. I'll actually have to see. I have no idea how to. I'm gonna have to just do a Google search to see if I can find images of the Kurzlook Watcher in the Water. See how that goes together because there's a number of pieces and tentacles and such. Wow, look at the difference. That is not white there, but look at how much difference that made on the on that stone there. Here, let's do this. We'll have to put some cracks on these stones because, well, they're sort of broken, right? There's all cascade of them. Oh, these are also just sculpey pieces there. Okay, we're going to put that in here. Use this as a blending brush. See how that all of a sudden gets very smooth right there. I'm glad that you were able to get some more of that stuff constructed there. That assembly stuff, well, you know, after getting spoiled with so much of the 3D printed stuff, right, Doji, all of a sudden having to go old school and assemble stuff again is kind of like, wait, what? Okay, I don't. Hopefully that's not gonna be too. Oh, okay, we can go darker than that. All right. I'm also trying to get again something that's not red there or orange. Nah, Doji. I mean, as much as I love all the, and it's essential to have the miniatures 3D printed. There's just no other way we could survive. But the basing bits, that really has. It's weird. As much as 3D printing has changed, just the miniatures portion of it and the busts and everything else, it really actually is the basing bits, which is kind of the biggest. I don't know, it's the benefit change, whatever you want to call it. Trying to catch a bit more of the light right up there before we maybe again come back and do some glaze type stuff there. Doji, the terrain stuff is huge, and even well, like say that blacksmith that I constructed just out of foam. Well, all of the interior stuff is going to be a whole lot easier because, well, I just printed it all out, and that you can reasonably do on a resin printer. You don't need a giant printer to, you know, tables, tools, a bellows, fire, something like that. Those are definitely the kind of thing that you can just do on a, not even a large resin printer. Now, I don't know if you were considering the Bamboo X1. I'm pretty sure that finished the terrain that it was supposed to do. That was some tents for a Harad army. So again, that's more of a green there, not that is not the blue. The other thing I just learned about it, Doji, and well, I might even do what would you call like a supplemental. Remember talking about the printing workshop vids? Well, something that I learned about that is that the when you get the Bamboo X1, it comes with two printer. Well, it comes with just the one cold plate. And remember, that was the one that got all scraped up, so all of a sudden it wouldn't recognize the location marker anymore. Because I didn't know that that paint would get scraped away, and if it wasn't perfect there, it would not be able to recognize the plate was there. As we add some more of our, again, just some more of our greenish color here as a contrast to all of the red and orange. But the ones that come with it, I thought I had a couple extra build plates. Well, I have a couple of extra build plates, but they just stick onto the magnetized build plate. It's really weird. It's like a sticker. That build plate is very, very heavy. Now, if I have to put a third one on there, it's going to get even more, that's going to get crazy. But at least this one, now I know that if that build plate marker gets scraped off, then I'm in the same situation where I was. Now, here we can't make this too light. So that might be another quick printing video that I do. The hot plate experiment was kind of a failure. It was nice not having to do the glue stick while it lasted, but yeah, that just kind of failed too. Because for whatever reason, you can't buy cold plates. I don't get it. Trying to get some more of my light down here on this, get more of this craggy skin texture here. Put these are almost like more dull opaque gemstones, I guess, if you want to think of them that way. Not translucent. The light that's coming from here, that's what's trying out. The light passing through, like typical thing you would see on a gemstone. Couple more bits of light here, but I might just come back again with maybe the Van Dyke Brown or something in the shadows, or more of our, might have to be more of our shadowy gray. Again, the lighter this greenish stuff gets here, right, the darker that is going to seem. So I'm going to probably come back in with my really dark there and see what happens with that now. Let me go back to the bluish gray over here. So this is 3D printed from Davale. Even just these casualties, Doji, I mean, they make such a massive difference. Because I don't think you can buy dwarf casualty miniatures. You can try and convert dwarf miniatures into casualties. That's going to take a really long time and probably not be super convincing. lighten up this a little more here. Again, that's more with just the blue. No, we did get something really dark over there. More just like the mid-tone down in here. Up here we got more of our at least mid-range that we can do. Hey, Journeyman Paint Tower, how you doing? Everybody, please give Journeyman Paint Tower a follow. Journeyman, how you doing? Happy Saturday. Well, I would have liked to have preserved that maybe, but we're going to try and use that over here on the spines. Because right now we mostly have our Perlane Black. That's that super dark green. So Journeyman, it's been very fun. We've, let me see, 3 hours ago, basically. This had no paint on it. We've done just a wee bit in the last 2 hours and 56 minutes. And, of course, last night we painted, oh, look, a Balrog. So, and he's got the same basing motif right there. Now, again, it's possible that we might be painting up some of our gobos here tomorrow. In fact, I think that might just happen. Because that way I can save my my last couple of Nazgul that I'll be prepping. I just don't think I'll have any time tomorrow for prepping figures for the stream. So I think we'll just roll with the gobos there. If anything, it'd actually be easier for me to prep 3-4 more gobos. Get them on bases. Let me hit some more of our light there on him. So thanks, Journeyman Paint Tower. We did this on our Monday stream. So it's kind of an aquatic themed Nazgul. So that's the Night of Umbar right there. And we basically been doing, we did 7 streams. We did seven Nazgul here. Let me see if we can reach this one. They were all 3D printed. Most of them are from Navarrete Studios, like this one. So that one was last week. We also have our green one here. We did a red one. We did the Shadow Lord with violet. Yeah, we've done a whole bunch of these guys on stream. And of course, Journeyman Paint Tower, you want to share anything in the chat stuff you've been working on, please, of course, go ahead and do that. I'm gonna go darker. When in doubt, make things darker. Let's do that here. As in along here. I wonder if you go even more of a pinline wash there. So Journeyman, great to see you again. I know that the streams have been at a much different, well, much later time period for sure. I'm hoping that as the winter moves along, maybe we start doing some earlier streams. Let me try something in here. And Journeyman, that is definitely a major task unto itself for sure. Hopefully, that also goes well. again, I'm just going to use kind of the glaze portion of that, and then we'll come back with our later cohort. We're going to let that set now. Uh, don't be hasty, little hobbits. See you later, Doji. So thanks for being here, Doji. Appreciate that. And well, hopefully we see you on your Sunday. And of course, it will be after a big college football Saturday. And we cover it all right here on the Wappleville Sports Network. We report the news before it is news. So yeah, this one 3D printed from Davale Games. And it's not Smaug. It's just meant to be a regular dragon. And most folks do not include the dragon in their list, mostly because, well, if and as soon as it takes a wound, it has to do a courage test, and if it fails that, it just says, yeah, not really feeling it today, and it just, well, takes off. And that's, there goes your a few hundred points of dragon there. Mostly probably just leaving you with a bunch of goblins. But I have to print out some more Warg Marauders. I know we painted some of those around Christmas time. Or Halloween time, sorry. We roll with some. There we are. More of that here. Let's see. Yeah, Journeyman. I know they said something about changing every profile, but there's ways of changing every profile without really rewriting them all, right? And just was wondering if they're gonna kind of go to this, well, no matrix, no alliance matrix, and just every army is its own legendary legion. I wouldn't. There's part of me that actually doesn't mind seeing the alliance matrix goes away, only because you end up seeing these same three armies across the entire spectrum of the game. It's very hard to watch any battle reports because it's just, oh look, it's that same army again versus the same army again. So yeah, well, uh, just I don't know. We'll see how it works out, right, Journeyman? I do actually have some of the Angmar stuff. I do actually have the Angmar book. Just in case. If things do not go well with the new version, at least we still have all the completed old stuff. Yeah, Journeyman, the ironic thing is we were going to try and use those, like the fainting and all the different special strikes and such. I hope that they're not going to make things too simplified. I mean, they don't need to add complexity to it, but I really hope they don't take away what's there. I was thinking that maybe whatever is in the Angmar book might be a little bit of an indicator as to where they might want to go with the new stuff. Just having been Tomb Kinged and Lizard Manned all at the same time, That's why we're just a wee bit trepidatious here. You know what? I think if we darken this down, we'll get, yep, even more of a sharp edge right there. Hey there, Inganes. Happy Saturday there, Inganes. I hope that you're doing well. Maybe working a little more of our. There we go. Okay. Maybe some more dark on the wing here too, even. Before we come back to lighten that up. Some more dark in here. To restore the wings detail there. I'm glad that everything is going well there, Inganes. So this was a super fun video, and guys, and we had a chance to do some brand new. God, we never had a chance to use the dwarf casualties before on any of our goblins. And I do think now the more I'm Pasha, I think that's what we're gonna have to do for the stream tomorrow. I think I got half a dozen of them. We'll paint those guys up. Maybe work in a little more of our. Yeah, there we go. Some of it there. So I got is it was fun getting another Balrog. Ironically enough, I did actually need to paint a second one because the Balrog that we painted on stream years ago, that I don't actually have that one here with me. It's at somebody else's house because at the time I didn't really have a way to transport that back and forth. I remember looking for that thing for the longest time, and I was never going to find it because it's not here. Do we? Alright, find a little bit of dark over there. Blending brush. This one. Now over here, I gotta get some of the blue here. And we got that sitting right over here. Might even throw a little of the turquoise in there. What do we got here? Yeah, we've got the little individual little plates in the armor here. And of course the more of the blue is in that, the more our fiery glow is going to glow because it's directly contrasting with all of that. Got this sword here. I'm gonna have to put some more of my fast mat weight up, but this might just be enough right here for this. I think I am zoomed in as far as I can be. I'm gonna double check that. Yep, yeah, that's as far as I can be zoomed in. Blending brush again. Now something here. Okay, good. You can see him. For a second there, I was thinking, now you can't see what it is I'm doing here. That he's blocked by a wing or the dragon or whatever, but looks like he's relatively open. I am going to get some of my fast mat white out here though. Again, for the non-object source lighting stuff here, let me grab some of this. That's the Gamlin fast mat white. I think I keep forgetting to get myself another tube of that. What do we have? Let's take this. And there. More of it right in here. Not so much. But again, we're just trying to capture some of the glint off of the metal there. Where we can. And then, just like with everything else, we're going to come back with some more of our darkest darks there. And then we might even, well, I don't think we'll do blood effects there because they're all turned into skelly tones. So I don't think we need to, I don't think we need to do the blood effects there. Here, let me get some of this, more of this dark going. No, it's not initially not going to be a pin line wash stuff. We might have to where we're doing the chainmail here. So right in there, perhaps. A little more of a dark up here, perhaps. Blending brush. Some cracks there. More of that right here. Again, just to throw in some more of that dark. Let's try some of that. A couple of these little scales, we need to get some resolution on those. Some of our earlier dry brushy stuff needs to be cleaned up a bit. Now, I think you can see that. I'm going to try and get some more of my lighter lighter orange down in there. Let me get some of the gray out of that brush. Just getting that fired up. And now for some of our yellow here. Some orange, I guess. That was more thinner than I wanted to add in there. Take away some of that, some of the light there. See how this works. Again, look at my hand is on that brush. It's nearly off the handle. There's about 3/4 of an inch before my hand is not actually even holding the brush anymore. That is how far away we are from that metal ferrule. Caress the brush. Don't crush the brush, right? So that's allowing me to get some more of my lighter stuff in there. Because that is an area where the firelight would influence it. And we'll fire in a little bit more of this over here. Might try this brush. Let me get some of my fast matte white over there. Some of the fluoro yellow. Maybe a little more of it. Still kind of peachy looking. See if the Indian yellow might help that a little. Not still quite orangey enough. I'm actually going to add a little bit of the, we've been using the magenta fluoro to help keep this from getting too yellow too quickly, and that seems to work again here. And that Balrog is essentially, it's essentially dry, which is why we've been able to handle him on the stream here, because still was less than 24 hours ago. We were still painting him. I think we were painting him till almost, till well after 3 o'clock. I think almost 4. What is it now? It's almost 2 here. Oh, and we've been doing this for about 3 hours, 16 minutes. Again, 3 hours, 16 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. As we call it, it was one of our paint-free objects. Now I'm going to try and get a little more of my orange here. Don't want to lose out on all that nifty dark we've got here. Again, my hand nowhere near that metal ferrule. Look at where it is. Don't want to get too light too quickly here. Might take just some of the lighter stuff there, more my orange. See what happens with this. Paint is relatively on the thicker side here, and I think we're going to actually thin that down. Yep, the thin paint sticks to the thicker paint. This is also relatively translucent here. Not because of the thinner, it's because, well, we have the fluoro orange, the fluoro magenta in there. Those are hyper translucent colors. They're not just translucent. Throw in a little bit more AR light over here. Also down in here. Now we can only go so far with the firelight on the wing because the body would block it. That big stone there would block it. That pillar. No, but I'm just going to get that stuff off of the brush here. That might work. And let me get a little bit more of the lighter stuff in there. Let me see what this does. If that is too light or not. No. Touch more of the fast matte white in there. And now I'm starting to get some of these. Again, those little edges standing out. Where's blending brush there? These scales. Let me see if we can do something lighter on those. Maybe with this. essentially looking to kind of light the underside of these almost as if they were like they were gemstones. Ah, there we go. Now, let me see what happens with the film noir here. Even with all the lights that we did on the bottom side, it's almost like we just turned off the source lighting. Look at that. It's almost as if it does not exist until we bring it back. And it's almost like we've turned the lights on again. Look at that. Boom. That is the difference. That is what color contrast does. Temperature contrast. You see, the value contrast has very little to do. Very little to do with this. That is what's making the effect. Is the fact that we got this super high saturation warm color we're putting on here now. What have we been working with? A very low saturation cooler color. Anything else to be more there? I'm gonna try and go a little bit also lighter there. Also here. We hit this too. Nah, that's too much. Too much. We're gonna get rid of some of that. Here we got this, our burgundy. Let's take that away. I think we got our darkest stuff in there. I want to try something like this. Let me take this and our Mars Yellow Deep here for basically almost like a bronze or whatever gold on some of our dwarves here, on their helmets especially. He's also a bit of a skelly friend right there. Grab a blending brush. We'll use this one here maybe. Fine, we'll get a little bit of that on the skull. Ah, there's some other bones in here. So again, this was a tutorial video that went up on the Patreon page earlier today. You do the $15 pledge level. Well, get your popcorn ready because you will have 2,000 hours of videos to watch, and well, every month they make about 20 hours of new vids. So you'll be very busy. Pretty sure that Netflix does not provide 20 hours of content every month for about $15. I don't think that happens. Just throwing that out there. He does have his little book over here. I'm going to try and get something lighter here. Back to this. So some of the skelly friends here, I'm going to try and get a little some kind of light on them. That's not just the object source lighting. Here's a blending brush. Oh, there's a couple of skillies down here too. Okay, that wasn't supposed to go up there. We'll just take away some of that with this brush, and then we'll just come back in with our darks once more. That again is our fabulous boy, that would used to be like cadmium red deep is what I probably would have used there. This is just so much darker and richer. So we'll hit the light back up there again just to restore that. No problem. Maybe even lighten that a little more. I know it's hard to see from that angle. Okay, what were we trying to do? Oh yeah, we'll just have to set that brush down. I was just trying to use my blending brush in there. That just kind of went a little haywire. Saw how easy it was to just change that whole thing, and didn't have to worry about something being quote unquote ruined. So easy to fix. No fuss, no muss. Trying to, on this little guy, can you see him? Oh yeah, you can see him peeking through the wings there. So all the dwarf casualties 3D printed. Those are from Kurzlook. And then, of course, all of the little skelly friends down here. Those from Make It Epic Basing. And the dragon itself, that is from Davale Games. See it right there. This thing too here, yeah, there's my blending brush. Let's throw some of that light up here. Blending brush again. And this dwarf over here, we're gonna see what we can do for him. Let's get some light on there. We have a spear sticking through him. Touch more light there, maybe on these rocks. Again, it has a little bit of the yellow in there too. There's a crack right there on that rock. Not that blending brush. Let's use this one instead. Like that. Do I have a little bit of my violet here still? I have a little bit of it. We also have a master sommelier. We have Paintwater sommelier. How you doing there, Paintwater? Thanks for the raid. Everybody please give Paintwater sommelier a follow if you could. So Paintwater, if you want to share all of your glorious Emmy SPG stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. We are working on a 3D printed dragon. Hopefully this is I think this is the right size base for the dragon here. Last night we did this also for Moria. So our Halloween stuff is going to shift more towards Moria, and you can see the same kind of basing motif there. Again, with the oil paints. We will be painting the. I think tomorrow we'll be doing these gobos here since they're all ready to go. Also, here is. I think you saw this one, right? The nautical themed Nazgul. That is the. It's the Knight of Umbar. It's a very different kind of source lighting, right? So happy Saturday there, Paintwater. Hey, Nocturnal Right, how you doing? And oh, here's again a couple more of our Navarette Studios, Felbeast and Nazgul. Here's another one. I think you might have seen this one, Paintwater, right? Also from Navarette Studios, also painted with the oils. Now, what are we at here? We're at 3 hours 30 minutes. And this had no paint on it when we began. There was no paint on that at all. So paint water, I've got. Well, I think you saw the one. Oh gosh, it was from Medusa Project. I've got another one from Medusa Project that's being prepped, and then we're doing the Undying. So again, paint water. If you want to share all your fabulous stuff in
Hello,
the
little
chat, please go
hobbits.
ahead and do
Spark
that.
my ganja.
We do want to say thank you for our newest little hobbit. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Nocturnal Right. Ah, yeah. Um, you're not related to Smaug, are you? He's like, I mean, we are sort of all related. We are all dragons. It's like, didn't you guys used to be birds? It's like, I don't think so. It's like, yeah, yeah, yeah. You were like great eagles that got corrupted by Morgoth. It's like, I don't think you have that quite right, dude. Thank you so much, Nocturnal Right. Appreciate that. What is going to happen on our Gandalf 6 here? Okay, well, he's been doing 3s and 4s all night. Again, if he mentions the Shireweed, boom, that's what happens. No Shireweed mentions, no problem. So paint water, those are 3D printed from Navarette Studios, the ones you saw there. But we also have done 2 of them now from Medusa Project. Uh, that nautical themed one, I had to do an awful lot of. There was a lot of stuff to do on that as far as, well, some green stuff work, but then all of the water effects. Now I think it is okay for me to start doing some lighter stuff back here now. Finally, been waiting for a little while to try and get in here and kind of do the last of these elements. Hey there, Plank Walker. Nice to see ya. So paint water, it's really fun having all the themed ones, and well, we'll see if in the new version of the game. Well, first of all, they don't just take them all out, because that would be no bueno there. But I'm hoping that if they do maybe something with that alliance matrix, people might just they can't just take a generic ring wraith, because that's pretty much what happens. Is everybody just takes generic ring wraiths, and outside of the Witch King, maybe every so often you see somebody take Kamul, but that is it. And maybe the Shadow Lord. That's it. So great to see you again there, Plankwalker. I hope that you're doing super well. Get a little bit more of the light up on that. Not only is, again, there's not much value difference really between this and this. We will be getting some lighter stuff down there too. Not to worry. I want to catch a little bit more of my light on these edges as well. Let's not forget about these. Some more there on the tail. Now, there's the Dandelion and Middle Earth Felbeast. I got to get those put together. We also have, there's the Davale ones. Printing Goes Everon also has them. So Paintwater, I was, for our Monday stream, Armada Mondays, I printed out the Watcher in the Water from Kurzlook. And I thought, well, we'll give that one a try. Next Monday, there probably won't be glowy stuff, but there will certainly be lots of aquatic stuff, lots of water, and I'll be sculpting the water effects on that just well, even more so. So I think I'm going to do that as a video on Sunday. Let me try. There we go. Let's get our later stuff here on the scales now. And of course, we did the cave drake already. And I'm certainly hoping that the dragon and the cave drake both go on the same base. Actually, I'm pretty sure that the Watcher in the Water goes on a base like this. So everybody please give Paintwater Smarty a follow and check out the Discord. Yeah, it's a Discord link there. Ah, Damrod, Madrill, I've read the three bros right there. I know we painted those on stream. Now, were they the official GW ones, or were they weren't 3D printed, right? I know, well, Davale certainly did those. I know Kurzlook did. But we have those somewhere around here. I don't know where the heck they are, but we did do those. Actually, Kurzlook, is it Kurzlook or is it? Yeah, Kurzlook is doing. Oh, and also too, Diwali, they're doing the Karn Doom army. Ah, so from the Ascili, etc. Yeah, so I painted those. I don't know where the heck I've got those. They're they're around somewhere. Uh, no, not there. That's definitely a shadow area up there. So that should be very fun. And Paintwater, let's see. Did you do two display boards? I think I'm getting mixed up with somebody else. Well, I think I've seen Instagram post two people that are working on Osgiliath themed display boards. Because I know you did your Rohan one. There we are. And of course, Paintwater should be interesting to see what those plastic Rohan figs look like. And well, I'm sure it won't be too long, I guess, before they get to the new horse, the new Rohan horse plastic figures there. So yeah, sorry about that paint one. I don't know, for whatever reason, I kept thinking that you had done a display board for them. You know what? Let me get back to my greens here. We haven't done any of the green on the wings yet. We have lots of the blue there. And even here, it's almost barely noticeable that that is actually green. It's kind of a very dingy green here. Where's my blending brush? Now, the other advantage to paint water is, say, things like the for obviously for a Gondorian army, the trebuchets. Oh no, that's well, yeah, I think Gondor can have trebuchets also, and that Avenger bolt thrower. 3D printing those is definitely. I think I've got something like 4 or 5 trebuchets. From each one is a different kind. I think I got Highland miniatures. I think I've got maybe even Titan Forge. I think maybe Last Sword did one. And then I'm pretty sure Printing Goes Ever On, Davale, they've all done trebuchets. They're all around the house, all of them there. Yeah, Paintwater definitely a lot of all of a sudden it's got a lot of attention, right? After a long time of it being the fourth system in a three system company. Again, that's more the lighter, kind of a greenish tone there. Might even throw in a little bit of the Mars Yellow Deep for some ochre color in the wings, just to have even more of a difference there. Yeah, paint water. I keep one of the reasons I haven't posted as many things to the Lord of the Rings pages yet is because don't want to post something there and then have it just get steamrolled by, oh look, here's another figure. I think you saw that, was it Freka that they posted a couple of days ago. I'm gonna go back to my later. That's more of the bluish color there, and let's get some of that here on the wing right here. Blending brush is hiding over there. There. So let's see that. I'm guessing. Well, I guess the wolf figure is plastic because he's in that starter set. They don't. I don't know if they've ever included in a Lord of the Rings starter set any resin figures. So that means this Freka is also going to be plastic. Trying to get. I'm gonna actually get a little more dark in some of the craggy things here, like you do. There. Some of it here. Some of that out here. Maybe down in the recesses here. Let me get even more of the. Maybe even a bit more of a pinline washy thing going on down in there. Again, to make that even darker. Okay. And here as well. Let me get that Payne's gray. We'll mix it with our Van Dyke brown to really make something that's very dark here. Yeah, there's a couple of these where we can restore the edges of those. Potentially these guys right here. Yep. So again, 3 hours, 44 minutes ago, this, a completely paint-free object. There was no OSL, there was no non-metallic, there was absolutely nothing on there. We're using our regular oil paints, just oil paints right out of the tube. Nothing super special there. I'm gonna take that, maybe a little bit of the magenta. Want to darken up the upper portion of the eye there. back with some of the... Nope, that is way too thick right there. Let's thin that down. There we go. Now, fast matte white and the yellow here. I'm gonna try and really break that down. Not into a glazy thing though. Once again, back to some of our lightest light down here now that we've seen a bunch of other areas and what those are looking like. Taking some of that paint off of there. Oh, that's a good thing. Trying to get some of the really light stuff in his eye. Do that over here too. Come on. Right over his... that worked, I think. We need to do a little something more on this eye over here. Well, that's also too much there. Let me take some of that off of that brush. That's better. And now we need something along his face there. What about on the wings here? Let me take some of our green again. Put that over here. Now this, well, I don't have my little round light. That seems to have disappeared somewhere, but we do still have this. So, but see, kind of a shadow happening there. So I think we won't do too much of the firelight there. Might even let that get a little bit dark. There we go. Speaking of done landings, this pearline black, this dark green here, that was kind of the theme for our done landings. Alright, let me put this here. Some of that green up there, and now we need a little something in here. Once again, let me just check this real quick. Here we got our flashlight. No, so the orange, I think we're gonna put some of the orange down in there. I wasn't gonna originally, but I think we will. Not over here, but maybe in there. Let's get a little bit of our orange. And nothing terribly bright. Maybe that much at the very most. Something like that, maybe. What do we have happening up here? Fine, I might throw a couple little darks there now. Something along the edge of this, or maybe there's a crack or whatever. Might try to get a touch of some orange on the armor here. Let me brighten this up a little. It's a little dingy right there. It's my floral yellow, so that stays orange. Right along his armor there. I mean, this, I'll hit that with the fluoro again, but I just keep pretty much wiping that off with my hand, so there's no reason to keep putting that on there just to keep wiping it off again. Once we don't need to be sticking our hand over there, then we can just put the final last little bit of it on there. Touch more of our light over there, and what about on this over here? This might be too much. Let's back away a little. We have our blending brush here. I know it's pretty much blocked by the wing. You can't see that. But here, we're going to try and get some more of our orange out along these things. Also, maybe on that sword blade. Also on his helmet here. More of that yellow, and then let that mix with some of the fast matte white. Is that gonna let us lighten this? I think we could go a little more than that, but let's start from here. Get some of our later source lighting on these little bits of the armor here. Get the dwarf casualties. Well, those are from Kurzlik. Skelly bits here. That would be Make It Epic Basing. Blending brush on that. Catching more of the really bright light. Get on parts of the helmet. Oh geez, we need some on the armor there too. And away we go over here. Get with more of our yellow right there. Over the let's get the edge of this. Well, not gonna do too much on the edge of that rock. I can see that I've probably hit that with my finger, scrape that paint away. So we'll wait on that. We'll wait on that particular one there, because again, it looks like the paint just keeps getting scraped away on that. I'm gonna try and get maybe, that's a little too much of the yellow. Let's back this up a bit to more of an orange. Let me see what this will do. Yeah, okay. As I looked at that and said, that's got a lot of the yellow in there. It's very peachy, not very warm. Well, you mix white and red together where you get yourself a pink. Here with the floral orange, you get any white in there. Now it's going to kind of turn almost that peachy type color. I still want to try and get some of my lighter orange right in here. Yeah, it was that was a case of hours ago. That paint was still too fresh there. And with the oils, not only less is more, but more is way too much. Other thing you gotta consider is you put some paint in an area. Maybe you just let that set there for 15, 20 minutes, half an hour or two, or whatever. Very advantageous, actually, to do that. I realize that's not quite the way you would want to do things maybe for acrylics. I want to take the... Where's a space for me to work with this? Trying to do almost like a pin line wash here of my really deep red. That is the Pearling Crimson. Expensive color, yes, but boy, it does a lot of amazing things. Fortunately, with the oils, you can just get the very basic stuff to start with. Then you start to assess what it is that you might want to do as time moves on. And then, if you want to branch out into colors that are more of a specialty type of thing, like say maybe the fluorescence or get something like a pearling crimson, whatever. Well, then you do that as maybe you need to. But with the oils, yeah, it's not like acrylic paints. You're going to be buying 100 some odd different colors or whatever. No, you don't need to do that at all. Most, even here, I think I maybe have 12 colors on the palette. And somewhere usually between 12 and 15, that's what I have on there for any painting project. We're not talking limited palette things or any stuff like that. That's just a matter of course. Just looking to do a couple little glazes in there. Because some of that just needs to be darker, because he really is in shadow. There should not be a whole bunch of lighter stuff on him. I think we've gotten as much dark as we can get over there. You know what, maybe hit these joints in between. No, that doesn't go there. It goes, nope, not that one either. I think some of that's filed away. That's why I don't see it. Okay, I think another example here of maybe making some things darker on these wings. Right along here. And it's sort of a pin line wash. It's not exactly a pin line wash. Some dark up in there. I'm trying to separate some of this before we come back in with almost like a highlight type of thing here again on the outer edges of our wings. Might need to get some more of the fast matte white out there. Let me roll with this first. Over here. And I don't have to can't do layer after layer. I can just take my blending brush and pull that lighter tone around. Now we're going to try and really get some of the juicy texture here. And there's a lot of it. There's a ton of texture sculpted in here. See if we can make that work. Okay, there's a bunch of thinner in there. I have to be careful because I don't want my lighter stuff to turn into a pinline wash. We do it all the time, especially for source lighting. We actually will take those lightest colors, chuck a bunch of thinner in there, and it turns into a pinline wash. It can be a very light opaque color. Why? Because you can thin the oils, you cannot dilute them. So it's not like the acrylics, right? If you want something to be a glaze, you just put a bunch of water in it, it thins the paint down. Not so with the oils. You can thin it down. If it's white, it's still white. It will still be opaque. It's still going to cover, which is why we like to use sometimes for the object source lighting, like the fire on that bow rug, which you'll probably see in a second as we welcome in. Hey, they're old type. Nice to see you. Everybody, please give old type a follow if you could. So, old type, thank you so much for the raid. For the last 4 hours, we have been painting this dragon. Thank you so much, Kenan, for joining us. Hey, Corvus Oculum, how you doing? Everybody, please give Old Type 85 and Corvus Oculum a follow. So, Corvus, great to see you too. Let me see. So, 4 hours and 1 minute to go. This had no paint on it. Yes, indeed. This had no paint. Last night, we painted this. That was about a 5 hour, 15-minute stream, something like that. So again, there's some Moria themed stuff for you. Thank you so much, Corvus Oculum. Appreciate that. Some Gunpla from Old Type. Old Type again. You want to post anything in the chat? Please go ahead and do that. Now this was our Monday stream. The Balrog was Thursday. This was Monday, kind of an aquatic themed Nazgul. This is the Night of Umbar. These are all 3D printed. This was from Navarrete Studios. We have more. We did 7 streams, 7 Felbies, all with a different color scheme, a different theme. Right. We did the Shadow Lord, and we did this guy over here, again, also from Navarrete Studios. All painted with oil paints from start to finish. And that was about a 5 hour stream right there. So again, everybody please give Old Type a follow if you could. And again, Old Type, you want to post anything in the chat, please go right on ahead. Now, we do glowy stuff on all kinds of things. Right, that's again also done with the oil paints. Well, even on some Necron ships right there. That'd be great, Old Type. And let's see, we've also been doing a whole bunch of these Shatterpoint figs. I promise we will be getting back to Shatterpoint after the Halloween season here. Plenty of those. And of course, every so often we do sprinkle in some 40k goodness. And also we have lots of fantasy stuff. We'll certainly be doing some more Tomb Kings before October is out. Yes, indeed. So again, everybody please give Old Type a follow. The brands that we're using here paint-wise, that would be Winsor Newton, Williamsburg, Gamlin, and Richardson. And that Balrog that you saw me just handling, we were painting that less than 24 hours ago. And as you saw, it's pretty much dry enough for me to handle. So yes, the oil paints don't have to be sitting there taking a long time to dry, do they? Corvus Oculum, have you been assembling some more stuff? I know a lot of times your streams, you're assembling a bunch of things. And hopefully you are also doing very well. More of our light right here. And again, this is all done with the oil paints, and it was just primer 4 hours, 4 minutes, and 51 seconds ago. on our next stream, which will be our Saturday stream, we'll be painting some Moria goblins. We got them all based and ready to go here, and they will join here our not our Dundlendings, our Moria army. There we go. So you can see we painted a whole batch of, I think it was 15 of them. We painted on a 12-hour stream. So we're gonna be doing a cold stream. Sorry, gonna be doing a co-stream with old type and doing some mecha stuff. Well, that's fantastic. Can everybody please give Corvus and old type a follow if you could. So hopefully old type, all the it was at the new categories and such that you can stream with have been very helpful. So everybody check out that Discord link right there that old type just posted. So please check that out. Some fun. That's a MG Barbados. So go check that out, and please give lots of kind words and kudos to old type, and then of course please give old type a follow, because of course follows are free and quite magnificent. Geez, we only need 14 more here. 14 more follows, and we do reach quite a number that I certainly didn't expect that we would reach when we first started doing this about 4.5 years ago. Well, a little over 4.5 years ago now. I'm going to try and get a little bit more of my lighter orange right there. Blending brush, where you at? There you are. So see, we just plop that paint on there. See, we take this brush here, do a little tap, 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 and that means we don't need to be doing layers. Hashtag no layers. With the oil paints, no layers. Of course, it's another reason why we can get something like, well, an entire dragon here painted in a stream, and not a 24-hour stream either. Again, we've been doing this 4 hours and 7 minutes. And of course, with the oil paints, you don't necessarily need to have a whole bunch of colors. I think this has been about 12-ish colors on the palette. Typical stream, I don't know, 15-ish, 16. Usually never more than that. Now, Corvus, unfortunately, I have tried, I think, at least once, maybe twice, and you gotta have the, what is that, the 75 average or something like that. I showed him the YouTube stuff, the Patreon page, the Instagram, and because, well, they also changed the way they count, right, when you do get raids. So basically, the raids don't really count towards your total. Yeah, they said nope, you do not qualify. Which I mean, it's okay, because one of the main things that I would want that for is so I don't have to keep making everything into a highlight, but you can save every one of your sessions as a highlight. So all those Nazgul I was just talking about, well, you can go back and watch all of those. You just need to go back into the highlights, the past sessions, and you can watch those just like it was a YouTube channel, except, well, no ads. So you had Corvus. I was kind of hoping that maybe, because they say they take into consideration all these other things, but I guess kind of not. So, but again, that's okay, especially since the key thing is I can turn them into highlights, and then that saves them. I also take some of them and I'll put those a shorter version up on YouTube's. So my latest one was our first Fell Beast. That was a Harad themed Fell Beast. So yeah, Corvus, I've sent a long message with all of the links to the Instas and the YouTube and all the other things, because they said that all matters. but didn't seem to make much of an impact. But it's okay because we have the Linseed Fellowship here. That's all we need is the Linseed Fellowship. I think we're going to snag ourselves a little bit more of a light right there. And as you could see, I just had to plop that on there and then push that around. Now, thanks, Corvus. Appreciate that. It's been really amazing because so many other folks they started to use the oils, and that accelerated our knowledge because all of a sudden now there's all these different folks using them, different brands. Then we started to try different techniques with them. So it really accelerated what was then possible with the oil paints. There's a lot of colors that we were introduced to that maybe if it was just each of us doing it alone. So again, everybody, please check out that Discord link that Old Type posted, and again, please give Old Type a follow if you could. That'd be fantastic. Well, and that's the other thing too, right, Corvus, is that with Twitch, it is really a community. That's what it's really all about. It really is all about just kind of helping each other out, doing what we can. You know what? That should probably be a little bit lighter yellowish stuff there. Let me try to get some of this into that yellow. See if we can. We can make that much lighter there. Thanks, Corvus. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Now, the oils there's an object source lighting, so whether it's firelight there or for our T3485, what you doing back there? It's like, nothing, boss. It's all good. It's like, yeah, well then why do I smell vodka and also burning? It's like, would you please save us here? It's like, you keep screwing around back there. I'm gonna stop this ride. Oh, here's the other thing that's somewhat smaller. We've painted almost two entire navies worth of 1/1800 scale ships, and yes, the water effects were sculpted. Thanks, Old Type. So I guess it's well, it wants to be choppy or something like that. It says that I've got good reception or whatever. I'm gonna try and recycle this myself and see what happens here. There we go. Uh, Sometimes it just does that here late at night. Alright, let's keep going here. Again with some more of our lighter yellows there. Right here on his chin. So yep, the refresh should just do the trick there. More of our light right up in there. And the other thing we've been doing is terrain. We've been painting lots of terrain. We've painted 4 28mm ships, and then also, of course, some buildings here. Still working with some of our lighter stuff now. On his chin, these teeth here, and on his tongue as well. Oh, thanks, Mr. Square Peg. Appreciate that. Again, you can go back and check out those streams where we're painting the Easterling buildings. where we were painting the three Corsair ships. We painted an Elven ship too. So yeah, this is 3D printed from Davale.
Hello,
We've
little
done an
hobbits.
awful lot
Spark
of stuff
my
from Davale.
gums.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Kalendros. Appreciate that. Ah, so you're not gonna tell me not to pass, are you? He's like, well, I was actually kind of thinking that you would like fly over there and maybe distract Mr. Balrog over. He's like, no, I don't think so. It's like, but you can fly. He's like, he has wings. He's like, nah, those wings don't work. Thank you so much for that follow. Let's see what's happening on our big Gandalf 6 right here. Well, he's rolling better and better and better. Look at that. Rolls himself a 5. And again, here is our Balrog from last night. This is from clay cyanide, I believe. So same lighting effect, and as you can see there, he's just hanging around.